United States now. But I'm delighted to tell our viewers that you guys will be with us throughout the next 2 hours as we continue our coverage of what really are historic developments in the Middle East. The Iranian Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. President Trump says the actions against the Iranian regime, the military infrastructure, will go on for, I believe he said, at least a week. We'll be right back with a whole lot more.
We plan to offer retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash? So they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry's helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Somebody needs to tell them. You're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, we're sitting on a gold mine.
Did you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Have a great trip.
Do you think I'll be okay?
Nothing's gonna happen. And if it did, your parents will take care of the kids.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Get started at trustandwill.com and make it count.
I'm in search of freedom. Sarah is in search of faith. Our lives are to become one. I am too old to bear a baby. I want to have a child on my behalf. She's the first of the great matriarch. Surely nothing is impossible for God.
Birthday Phone begins March 22nd on Fox.
So what's it like being Dr. Report One?
Sounds ridiculous. Best Medicine is the most charming show of the new year, and you can watch it anytime.
We're starting a light in here.
Release weekly. Best Medicine is all new Tuesdays on Fox, but watch anytime.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to give you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now.
Call 800-802-3500. Call now.
If you're paying high interest rates on your credit cards, you're burning money. Consolidated Credit can work with your creditors to reduce your total payments by up to 50% and lower your high interest rates so you can stop juggling multiple payments. Save thousands in interest charges and pay off your credit card debt fast. You don't have to be good with money because we are. Call 800-756-5163 for a free consultation. 800-756-5163. That's 800-756-5163.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-798-0326.
We told you at the top of the hour that explosions were being heard once again this morning in Tehran. We now have confirmation from the Israeli military that they are carrying out what they call a broad wave of strikes in Tehran. We don't know what the exact targets are. I've been led to believe from sources that the targets now would mainly be military and infrastructure targets, given that the leadership has already been decapitated. But we are obviously waiting for confirmation of what these targets are. It seems to stand to reason, though, that they would be largely military targets, as the US and Israel would try to cripple the Iranian military, and in particular the Revolutionary Guard, so that if and when the people of Iran take to the streets, there is far less of a possibility of the kind of brutal crackdown we saw recently when, by President Trump's word, 32,000 protesters were killed. In the meantime, as the US and Israel continue these attacks on Iran, and Iran hits back, of course, some are wondering if Tehran will respond with more than just drones and missiles, and perhaps take to cyber attacks. Let's ask Cynthia Kaiser now. She's former Deputy Director of the FBI Cyber Division. Thank you for being here, Cynthia. I wonder what kind of capability Iran really has. I mean, clearly we've degraded the military capability. Does it have extensive cyber capability left, do you believe?
It does. It's one of the most malicious cyber actors that we have across the world.
That's interesting. And how have they been able to keep that kind of capability? Is that because, and excuse my ignorance in the world of technology here, but do you just basically need a couple of terminals somewhere in someone's basement to launch those kind of cyber attacks?
What we may need is experience, and Iran has been conducting these types of operations for years, including destructive operations against the United States.
So what sort of form could any cyber attack that the Iranians, decide to carry out, what form would it take? What, in a US sense, is most vulnerable?
The form that an Iranian cyber attack would take would include destructive type attacks. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean something very big, but it can mean that an attack is a website that's not available, a website that is defaced, right? It's changed. But it can go as much as what they did in Albania in 2022, where they had hid behind a fictitious cyber criminal group and then conducted a destructive ransomware, data wiping attack against almost all of their government services, pretty much bringing government services to a halt.
How well protected, in the cyber sense, are our forces in the region now, Cynthia? Do we have pretty much an invulnerable force there in terms of cyber attacks, or do the Iranians have the ability to at least try to interfere with communications or the kind of reliability that force has on tech?
So the Iranians can try, and they may get into certain parts of a network or some of our military communications. But what you have to think about a network is it's made up of a center that's really highly protected, and then you go out further and further as you go to the internet.
How's it going?
Some of that, internet facing, how we might be very loosely communicating with each other, it can be a little bit more vulnerable, but the core mission, the core work that we do is protected.
Not really.
So, guys, so fascinating to talk to you about this. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us this evening, or this morning. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
All right, we will be back with a lot more. Just to give you a quick update on the situation in Karachi, Pakistan, when we told you the U.S. consulate was attacked. We now understand that 9 people have been killed. We believe they are all protesters. As that situation, as you look live there, continues to unfold. Protests, anti-American protests, breaking out in the wake of the killing of Iran's supreme leader. We'll be right back.
This is keratin debris, where nail fungus grows. Nonex Nail Gel cleans out fungus by removing keratin debris. Using Nonex, 90% of nails improve. Get clinically proven results. So effective, it's money-back guaranteed.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend relaxing sleep. I depend on it. Relaxing Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You've nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you. He's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
Posture matters, and Tommy Copper has the bra for you. Relieve neck and shoulder pain, improve your posture. Look and feel your best every day with back support built right into your bra. The best-selling shoulder support bra from Tommy Copper is the upgrade you need. Comfortable, supportive, designed to help you carry confident posture when it matters most.
Why would I wear any other bra?
Go to TommyCopper.com and save 40%. Upgrade your bra today.
When you're selling your home, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price. Ready? Find the best real estate agent to sell it. It's simple, but how do you find the best agent? Ready.com. On Ready, the best agents compete for your business. You get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, they put up their money to be your agent. $2,000, $10,000? Find out. Go to Ready.com or call 888-551-REDY.
The decision to extract the result to you.
Can't find a totally different day than at work like.
Is
You want one of these? That's fine.
Issue a pipe to the floor, drop on a window.
Extracted all new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Massive explosions being heard again right now in Tehran as the Israeli military strikes targets belonging, of course, to the Iranian regime in the heart of Iran's capital. Now back to our panel, Fox News contributor Kyron Skinner, foreign desk editor-in-chief Lisa Daftari, and Israeli special ops veteran Aaron Cohen. As we look at what's unfolding here, Lisa, we obviously want to look forward as well as back to what has happened over the past 24 hours. And you break it, you bought it, in a sense. So what have we bought here? Have we bought simply another hardliner? And I believe the Ayatollah, before he died, after the strikes last June, named 3 people he was interested in succeeding him, all of them hardline, as you would expect. And then on the flip side of that, you have the son of the last Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Can he unite the country? Because he's got a lot of baggage. There were reasons there was a revolution in 1979.
Right, so we have to listen to the people of Iran, and if we're watching the protests, we're watching the slogans, we're watching the signs that they're carrying, they're asking for the Shah of Iran, who is Reza Pahlavi, as you said, who lives in the United States and has been outside of the country for 47 years, to come back to the country. He himself considers himself a transitional leader, meaning he does not want to power grab, he wants there to be free elections, he wants the people of Iran to determine their destiny. With regard to baggage, the people of Iran are drunk on this faux nostalgia, and I say faux nostalgia because 2/3 of the population were born after the revolution. People like myself who grew up on our parents' stories of the wonderful time that they lived in Iran, especially in the 70s, the music they listened to, the fashion, the freedom, the fact that the freedom, right, the freedom, and you know, it's all relative. If you compare it to the time, of course, there was a revolution. Many people believe that the scale of this revolution can't even be compared to that one, that this one is so much larger in scale. There is much unity, rallying around Reza Pahlavi, rallying around the concept of regime change and not reform. So the only thing we do know is the day after, if there is regime change, it's not going to come from this regime, it will come from something that brings the people secularism, it brings them democracy and a way forward that...
Erin, do you see Israel and the US having a major role in fomenting whatever comes next now, or have they played their role in fomenting what comes next?
It's a good question. I think that the operational preparation has been going on for months. I think this target package with the Ayatollah and the 40 leaders has been on the table for a decade. There's no question that Israeli intelligence, in conjunction with President Trump, who understands that you cannot have a nuclear Iran ever, regardless of what happens with the next Pahlavi, the next whoever it is that moves into this position. I believe that there are serious mechanisms that are in place. I think that, again, targeting the leadership of the IRGC, while it paralyzes the senior decision making, the real decisions on the ground, which will affect whether or not Pahlavi can slip in or someone else, is going to be overseen by the mid-level leaders of the police and the military and the IRGC, thousands of them. And the cost for them has to be too high for them to try and step into that power vacuum. And that's why the next 72 hours is that critical window.
We'll see if they all...
We'll see if they line up. We'll see if they spread out. We'll see. And again,
if they, like the Iraqis did, if they take off the uniforms and disappear into the population.
And it could very well happen. Yeah. And so these targeting packages or targeting these assets is very, very robust, Jonathan. Yeah. Do they have family abroad? What do they have to lose? These are things that the intelligence apparatus is looking at. But again, I'm with her. I think the Iranian people are going to make the choice, but I think Israel's mapping that very closely with the president.
Kyron, with what we've seen with President Trump do in terms of Venezuela, what we've now seen him do in terms of Iran, do we have the emergence of some sort of Trump doctrine, as you might call it, here? And if so, what is the Trump doctrine?
That's a big question, and it's been a busy 2026 so far on the foreign policy front. And think of 2025. He said, I ended 8 wars or 10 wars. I think he's got a long way to go with more. I do think there's a Trump doctrine, and it's different than everything that our partners and allies and our frenemies have thought. Many have said Trump's retreating. That's what the Europeans have said. There's a retreat in the United States. Retreating from NATO, retreating from responsibilities. Who did this? The U.S. and Israel. The Europeans did not lead this effort. They participated in the ways that they could. But in this year alone, we're seeing a United States that is asserting its role in the world when American interests are at stake. And when you listen to that 8-minute talk that Trump gave, telling the world what we were doing, his first statement was about American interest at stake. That's what I think is actually happening, a Trump doctrine where the U.S. will play a role in the world. It will use kinetic activity, not for the sake of it, but for American interests to protect the West more broadly.
And I think some of his critics, even within his own party, have said, America first. What are you doing with these foreign wars? But America first means also protecting American interests abroad. We're going to take a quick break. Thanks to the panel. You're with us for the whole of the next 2 hours. We'll be back with a lot more coverage of the historic events in the Middle East.
Hey, buddy. Morning. I'm a stickler for good dental care. Me too. Ooh, looking sharp today. But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get, no, please don't say it, a big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. Now, this isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, like cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, root canals, even dentures. That's a lot. It's easy to find out more. Just call or go online now to get your free information kit with all the details. This dental insurance helps you pay for routine care and expensive major procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. You can even keep your dentist. Why pay more for dental care? Get your free info kit and start saving today. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Introducing Purple, the only mattress with the GelFlex grid, designed to relieve pressure and reduce pain, so you can end and start your day feeling refreshed. From quiet mornings to meaningful moments together, because the right bed doesn't just improve your night, it improves your day. Save up to $500 on a Purple mattress during the President's Day sale. Purple, less pain, better sleep.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like Minimal 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear. That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Nugenix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting BOOST to 321-321.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text BOOST to 321-321. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Nugenix Total T2 will let you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. Nugenix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text BOOST to 321-321. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than a home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no, that's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing. No surprises. And installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the home floor advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
When we needed our picture window installed, we used Angie and found a contractor who was so invested in the whole project, he looked after it like it was his own.
When we needed someone to look after our own, all 8 of them, in case something happened to us, we knew who we could trust.
Side here and here.
What is this?
It's a will.
Yeah.
You smell like celery.
Connecting homeowners with skilled pros for over 30 years. Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
President Trump says Iran's IRGC and security forces should lay down their arms and seek immunity following the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei's death. President Trump, Israel, and Iran all confirming the Ayatollah was killed in the initial strikes on Tehran Saturday morning. Israel is also reporting around 40 Iranian leaders were killed in total, and up to 10 of those were apparently high-ranking officials. So for more on what happens now during what is very obviously a leadership vacuum, we bring in Iranian-American national security analyst and CEO of Helmet to Heal, Suzanne Kionpor. Suzanne, thank you so much for being here. What do you think does happen? We know that the Iranian president is now nominally, at least, in charge. I would imagine he knows very well he has a target on his back. So how do you see this playing out? When do you see, if indeed you do see at all, the Iranian people pouring into the streets to try to overthrow the regime themselves?
I think the next 48 hours are indeed crucial, precisely because this is the moment where the people would need to rise up and do the regime change that Donald Trump says that in his speech he said that he is paving the way towards. Now, people often ask, who is the future of Iran? The future of Iran is in Evin prison. I'm the executive producer of an animated short documentary called That Night, which is the story of a woman activist who was imprisoned during the Women Life Freedom Uprising of 2022 and survived the prison fire in October 2022. And she recounts her time in prison and who she's surrounded with. So what likely needs to happen now is the gates of Evin prison need to be stormed by the people of Iran. Of course, that requires organization. There is a blackout in the country. But that being said, this is a country that had a revolution in 1979. It was the people who overthrew the Shah. And so we've seen them do it before.
So do you think that there is a real potential there then for a leader who can unite the country?
Yes, like I said, there's a large opposition group, but not a group necessarily, but there are a number of opposition leaders to the point where the regime keeps throwing them in prison. One of the latest has been Narges Mohammadi, who is a Nobel laureate. She's also been a supporter of our film. She was thrown in prison and sentenced to 7 years just a couple of weeks ago, and that's just one person. Of course, there is the diaspora outside of the country. They have been calling for Javid Shah, the return of the overthrown Shah's son, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who is here in Washington, D.C. And so there's a number of situations that we could see, but that obviously requires people pouring into the streets and really taking over. Of course, that also means they're risking clashes with security forces again. So, and there's bombings happening, but there doesn't seem to be coordination. So we are in this very kind of dangerous moment where, like Donald Trump said, he said that this is a once in a generation opportunity to take back your country, and he is right about that.
Suzanne, do you think that the country will need to be ruled by one person with a very strong hold over that country and over the political infrastructure, or can it move relatively quickly, in your view, to something more like a real functioning democracy?
Well, the people want democracy. They've been craving for democracy. The last time we saw the scale of people pouring into the streets was 2009 for the Green Revolution, where people were protesting what they thought was a rigged election when Ahmadinejad was elected a hardliner. So they want a democracy, and they will get a democracy, but obviously there needs to be a kind of transition period between the Islamic Republic and the democracy that they so crave.
All right, Suzanne, it's absolutely great to talk to you, and we commend all our viewers to go watch your documentary That Night. Suzanne Kionpor, thank you so much. And we'll be back with a lot more of our ongoing coverage of the situation in Iran and beyond.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level.
with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. It's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster. Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal. We're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah, and what's next for the region. Harris is breaking it down on a special Faulkner Focus.
Sure it's nothing.
I've called her 5 times.
I'm sure she's...
Is Grandma okay? Help! I'm followed and I can't get out.
Don't worry, ma'am. We're sending help right now.
What?
Hello, this is Life. Your mother had an emergency. We dispatched paramedics to her home.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
She had a fall, but don't worry. She is safe. The paramedics are helping her right now.
Thank you.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes. With one simple touch of a button, Life Alert sends help immediately. Whether it's to report a fall, a medical emergency, or an intruder, Life Alert sends first responders fast.
For a free brochure, call 800-690-5534. 800-690-5534. That's 800-690-5534.
The secret is out. Plexaderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexaderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and under-eye bags in minutes.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone. I tried it all, and then I found Plexaderm, and this happened.
Try it today for only $14.95, plus get free shipping.
During that initial wave of strikes on Iran Saturday morning, the U.S. military, for the very first time, used low-cost, one-way kamikaze drones in combat. These so-called Lucas drones provide a new and relatively inexpensive tool in modern warfare. Joining us now to break this down is Robert Harwood. He served on President George H.W. Bush's National Security Council. Robert, great to have you here, and thanks for joining us with your expertise. So these drones, this is very much a new development for those of us who just watch the way these things happen. I assume it's been in development for some time, though.
Well, I think it's been more than just development, Jonathan. It's been in use. Look at what Ukraine did. They were able to balance the playing field against a much larger, much more heavily resource entities by the use of small tactical drones. And so in this case, we're taking drones again and making them kinetic, one-way, and very cost-effective. And I think you can see where this is going. You almost have to be a blind man not, but we're developing drones now with jet engines that have ranges of 3,000 miles that don't involve having a man in the loop, and that will
change everything. Think of the deployment alone, how much time it took to move hundreds of aircraft on aircraft carriers. If we could fly hundreds, if not thousands of drones overnight, thousands of miles where they vertically land and vertically take out, and we just refuel them, it's going to change the battlefield. So this is indicative of where we're going with drone warfare.
So, what kind of impact do the drones have on the ground? Are we talking about one of these drones at the moment being able to take out, for instance, a one-story building, a home kind of size building, or can they do a lot more damage than that, Robert?
Well, it's all dependent. What drives the equation is range and payload. And that's the thing. What you put on these is a gas-powered engine, is an electric engine. You need capacity. So that's the only thing that limits the warhead size. And I think, as I just said, we're developing jet-powered drones that will carry hundreds of pounds. So in that case, you can take out buildings, you can take out infrastructure. It's going to change the nature of warfare, and you're seeing it play out in Iran right now. And more specifically, what it means for our adversaries, such as China. If we can deploy hundreds of drones overnight from the United States that have jet engines that, okay, you need them tomorrow, they're going to take off tonight while we're sleeping, and they're going to land in Hawaii, Japan, Okinawa, all those locations overnight. And this would have been the perfect testament for that sort of capabilities. But you're seeing the first steps of that in this very tactical and operational level of war and drones.
And Robert, briefly, if I can, I think you're absolutely right. It is changing the face of war. But can I just tap into your National Security Council experience? What are your thoughts on the way that the U.S. and Israel have cooperated on this? And last June, of course, it seems an extraordinary level of cooperation in terms of military action and intelligence sharing that we've seen over the last 9 months or so.
Unprecedented in every way, and just reinforces the value of partnerships and how, because not only does it bring that intelligence and planning, which we've been doing for years, but now operational execution. It gives you more capacity, more scale. When I invaded Afghanistan in 2001, I had the Germans, we had the Australians, we had the Brits, we had the Norwegians, we had the Danes. They were with us, so that gave us such incredible capacity, and I think you're seeing that play out right now. So not just for the execution intel strikes, but more importantly, that intelligence and those networks inside Iran, which are part of the long-term equation here. And so you're going to see more of that play out in the days ahead.
All right, Robert Harwood, it is great to talk to you. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us. We will be back top of the hour with a lot more on these extraordinary developments in the Middle East. We'll be right back.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You've nothing to lose except another sleepless night.
Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of relaxing sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you. He's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-983-6200. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
History unfolding in the Middle East as the US and Israel continue to strike targets across Iran, potentially reshaping that country and, of course, the entire region's future. This all started just over 24 hours ago when Israel struck Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, in Tehran. He was killed, along with up to 40 other top political and military leaders. Hundreds of targets have since been hit. President Trump says the large-scale military operation is aimed at overturning Iran's government, and he says it'll be up to the people ultimately to do that. Thank you for sticking with us tonight. I'm Jonathan Hunt. It's 1 a.m. here in Los Angeles. It is 12:30 p.m. Sunday in Tehran, where people are taking to the streets to both celebrate and protest the attacks. In response to those attacks, Iran's leaders have been firing waves of missiles at Israel as well as at U.S. bases across the region, sending ripples across the Middle East. Right now, we know at least one person was killed when an Iranian missile hit a building in Tel Aviv. More than 100 others were hurt in Israel. Iran's counterstrikes have also hit civilian locations in Arab countries, including Qatar, and in the United Arab Emirates. Hotels and airports all hit as those countries have been forced to respond mainly defensively. So, for more now on what President Trump says is obviously an ongoing assault on Iran's leadership and its military infrastructure, Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett joins us from London. Hello again, Stephanie.
Good morning, Jonathan. Yeah, a lot to dive into this morning as things change by the minute. This all started, as you said, just over 24 hours ago. We're not sure right now who is even running the country of Iran. Iran state media says 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in his office early Saturday morning along with some of his family members. 40 days of public mourning will now be observed, and a council clerk is expected to appoint a successor as soon as possible. More than 40 other senior Iranian officials were also killed
killed, including the defense minister. This morning, sirens rang out over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. President Donald Trump said the joint airstrikes with Israel Saturday aimed to end a decades-long threat with Iran and ensure it could not develop a nuclear weapon. And this operation is likely to continue for as long as necessary, he says. For now, the back-and-forth attacks continue. The Israeli military, they just gave an update saying it has now launched a broad wave of strikes against targets of the Iranian terror regime in the heart of Tehran. Keep an eye on that one. Iran has launched strikes throughout the Middle East and on U.S. allies and where the U.S. has military bases. U.S. Central Command says no U.S. service members have been injured, but damage has been reported in Tel Aviv. As you can see, while explosions could also be heard in the skies of Dubai this morning. Many airports in the region still remain closed and will likely be so for a few days. People in Tehran are both celebrating and protesting the attacks. We are also monitoring as hundreds of pro-Iranian protesters tried to storm the United States consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Reports that we've been seeing suggest at least 9 people have died there. Keeping an eye on that one as that's active as well. World leaders, they have mixed reactions. Of course, you've got Canada and Ukraine who are supporting the U.S. actions, and you also have Russia and China who are condemning. Back to you.
Stephanie Bennett in London, thank you. Now to Fox News Washington correspondent David Spoke, who joins us with the latest on how the White House, relocated to Palm Beach for the weekend, is responding to and shaping events in the Middle East. Hello again, David.
Hello, Jonathan. Good to be with you. As you mentioned, the White House did move down. All the officials, the top officials, including the Secretary of State, Secretary of War, CIA Director, and of course, President of the United States here paying attention closely to what's happening on the ground. Now, President Trump, though, posting this morning to Iran just several hours ago after midnight Eastern time here on Sunday in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago, he writes, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Now, we have some photos from yesterday showing the president about 24 hours or so ago meeting with those top advisors, including Secretary Rubio and CIA Director Ratcliffe, also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Kane, briefing everyone in the room. The president out with a statement earlier announcing the death of the Ayatollah, as Stephanie just mentioned, in London. Now, Secretary of State Rubio did have a trip planned to Israel tomorrow. That is no longer happening given the security situation on the ground. And Secretary Hegseth at the Pentagon putting out a statement late yesterday. The Iranian regime had their chance, yet refused to make a deal, and now they're suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. So President Trump will be in Palm Beach for most of the day today. Then he's going to head back to Washington, the White House, the reality of Congress. Many in Congress, including on the Democratic side, questioning why the president did this without going to Congress. That's how typically these things are done, but the president believes that this was the right move to do things this way, and we'll see how that unfolds as the president head back to the White House to meet with J.D. Vance, the vice president, and others that could not physically be here this weekend because, of course, for security reasons, they keep certain groups of people separate as these situations are unfolding. Jonathan.
David, grateful to have you sticking with us in Palm Beach. Thank you so much indeed. Iranians worldwide, meantime, are celebrating after Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, along with at least 5 to 10 top leaders, were killed by the strikes in Tehran just about 24 hours ago. Of course, they hope the move will finally bring freedom for Iranians, but that likely to be a long and difficult path. One of those people who is very happy with the way events have transpired over the last 24 hours is Benjamin Basayed, who was at a rally here in LA just a few hours ago and joins us on set now. Benjamin, thank you very much for being here. First of all, tell us your emotional reaction when you woke up, I guess it would have been this morning, and heard that the Ayatollah was no more.
I couldn't sleep, actually. It was, I'm a Persian, Jewish, American, and I keep Shabbat but one of my neighbors knocked the door and told me, like, Ben, Israel did it. Netanyahu, actually, Bibi did it, and the rescue mission started. And
that's how they describe it, as a rescue mission for Iranians. Yeah.
For Iranians, and I immediately reached out to friends, and they were thrilled. They were even emotions. I don't know how to describe it. I'm just applauding for Donald J. Trump, Bibi Netanyahu, and of course Marco Rubio. Well done. Promise made, promise kept.
What do you think happens next, though? Are there enough Iranians who have the courage, and it will take a lot of courage to get out on the streets, given what happened just a few weeks ago, 32,000 protesters killed, according to President Trump. Are there enough who will now think we have the backing of the U.S. In real hardcore way? They will stand up, you believe?
I believe that the number is way more. But right now, Iranians are ready. They've been ready. That's what they've been asking. Absolutely. But only for Reza Pahlavi. He's gonna be the transitional government of Iran. That's what people want, because he's the only one that has no connection with the Islamic regime. Before, now, no, you cannot find any connection. But with him and the Islamic regime.
Do you believe he can unite the country?
He already did. Iranians are united. They proved it. But, you know, we've lost more than, I believe, 40,000 people in just 2 days. That's brutal. The way they kill people, they massacre people. Not only kill, we're talking about massacre. So, only because Reza Pahlavi asked them to go out. They would not listen to anyone else but Reza Pahlavi. And he's not claiming to be a king. The only thing that he wants for Iranians is a free chance, a chance to have a referendum, to vote freely to form their government.
As we look at Tehran now, we can see plumes of smoke in the air. This is from Tehran just a short time ago. How optimistic are you overall, Benjamin, about Iran's future in the next weeks and months? Because it's not going to be easy.
The future is bright that it burns my eyes. The region will be in peace. And Iranians, they are, I would use a Western nation, but they are a civilized nation, and they're not Islamic. People are constantly using it as Islamic nation. Only the data shows only 30% of Iranians believe in Islam. So this being said, we are talking about a nation that they look towards the West. They've been Western, but they've held hostage for 47 brutal years. And they had to just live under the Ayatollah's regime because nobody cared about them until now.
Right.
Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, they've heard them, they cared about them, and there you go. People of Iran just
And now it is in the hands of the Iranian people. We hope that your optimism is well founded, and we're grateful to have you here, Benjamin Messiah. Thank you so much for being here. There is, as Benjamin was just talking, a lot of sentiment in Iran now that maybe this is the day that will begin a new dawn for Iran. We shall see. There is obviously a long way to go, and that begins apparently with a lot more strikes from Israeli and U.S. forces. We'll be back with a lot more after the break.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it's created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take it nightly, it works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You've nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Plan your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717.
The U.S. and Israel attacks in Iran. After the joint operation kills their supreme leader, our Sunday morning lineup has critical analysis on what's next on Fox News Channel.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to give you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now.
Call 800-802-3500. Call now.
Oh my gosh, wow. Who am I? Wow, is that really me?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of Plexagen. All it takes is 10 minutes to reduce the appearance of under eye bags, wrinkles, and crow's feet. The instant results are from naturally based silicates found in shell clay. Once applied, your skin tightens and firms. Take action with our Plexagen 10-minute challenge. Try it today for only $14.95 plus get free shipping. Visit PlexadermTrial.com or call the number on your screen.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-798-0326.
Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian, who has taken over the running of the country as we understand it, in the wake of the death of the Ayatollah, who you see screen right there, has just said that Tehran views revenge for the killing of the Ayatollah as its, quote, legitimate right and duty, and will do its utmost to fulfill this duty. We hear that as Israel continues to strike, according to its officials, at the heart of Tehran. We just got in some video showing what appeared to be large explosions in Tehran. You can see the plumes of smoke as the camera pans there. One of the targets we believe may have been the broadcast center, which would obviously be the home of Iran's state-run media. Meantime, President Trump calls the Ayatollah's death, quote, justice, not just for Iranians, but for all Americans. Back with us on set here now, Fox News contributor Kyron Skinner, Foreign Desk Editor-in-Chief Lisa Daftari, and Israeli Special Ops veteran Aaron Cohen. Aaron, let me come to you first. Revenge is Iran's legitimate right and duty, and I think we're seeing right now Israel and the U.S. response to that. You may say revenge is your right and duty. We're going to do our best to ensure you can't carry out any sort of revenge.
Yeah, listen, no nuclear weapons means no nuclear weapons. The Iranian regime for the last 40 years has been digging its way into bullying the Middle East. Look, here's where I'm at with this, Jonathan. For the first time
in the history of what I would consider the largest hostage siege in the history of the Middle East, which is Iran. 90 million citizens basically being held down, Iranians unable to contribute to the world on the global scale. They can call it whatever they want, but at the end of the day, what impresses me most is the fact that this president is not afraid to speak the language of the Middle East. In Hebrew, he understands the signaling. He did it with Maduro, snatched him. Look what just happened to the Ayatollah. What does this do for the rest of the world now? China, Russia, all of America's enemies have been dumping nonsense into the algorithms, tearing this country apart. It's another conversation. The point is, he is not afraid to pull America's resources and reset the entire map here. Iran can say what they want, but at the end of the day, he has just reset this entire region. And I'm excited to see where this is going to go.
Talking of where it's going to go, Kyron, we were talking to Benjamin Basaya just a moment ago, our Iranian-American guest, Lisa. We were talking to her about what does come next. Reza Pahlavi has been talked about, obviously, by both, and is the son of the Shah. President Trump has said he knows who he wants to lead Iran, but he's not given us a name. What's the reluctance on the U.S. part not being seen to impose somebody, I assume?
The U.S. has had a terrible history with anointing leaders abroad. You look at Vietnam and Korea and many other conflicts post-World War II. So when we talk about our kind of dislike of regime change now, it's more than just regime change. It's the whole set of things that we did along with regime change in parts of the world that we didn't understand very well. But Reza seems different, the prince, because he's been in this country a very long time. He's made it clear that he wants to support a transition and he wants the people to decide. And I think so many Iranians are listening to him. He has a special place, I think, based on what Lisa has said, because he is respected, because compared to what they've lived under for the past nearly 50 years, his family there's a different look at his family and his father's rule. And there were some better days in the 1970s. Women were educated in the legislature, doctors, lawyers playing a critical role in what was becoming an advanced society.
Maybe despite his father's missteps at times, which, as I understand it, I just reread Richard Kapuscinski's Shahs. Some of those were possibly medically induced. He had medical issues, the Shah. Lisa, but to Karen's point, it is very important in this situation that it is, and I ask you as the Iranian American at the table, that the Iranian people drive what comes next.
Absolutely, and they have. But we can't be naive to think that they can do it all alone. And not why the President of the United States would go a long way. Of course, that's why we've seen meetings between Reza Pahlavi and the White House, and that is a very positive move going forward. But the people of Iran have asked for Reza Pahlavi. Those are the signs that are being held up, this picture being held up. But like I said, there is this nostalgia for what was happening in the 1970s. I also want to talk about thousands of years of civilization. We're talking about a very proud Iranian people who are incredibly nationalistic, patriotic. They look at the last 47 years as a blip. They want to erase this blip. They want to remove this blip, and they want the help of the United States and Israel in this case to do so. I've written many op-eds in the last decade or so, more so in the last few years. Not all regime changes are created equal. While the United States had made mistakes in Afghanistan, in Syria, and many of the examples that were brought up tonight, Iran is very different. This is being driven by the people of Iran. They're not asking for boots on the ground. They're not asking for us to decide how their garbage is taken out the day after we help collapse the regime. President Trump has done something beautifully in terms of harmonizing the U.S. strategic imperative, which is no nuclear weapons, with getting them to the brink of, here, we will now pass the baton to the Iranian people. Now go seize the day.
Yeah.
This is an opportune moment. President Trump sees it, Bibi Netanyahu sees it, the Iranian people see it, and of course, Reza Pahlavi, him and his team have worked on those parts of the economy, the society, culture, and they have come up with a very comprehensive plan as to what will come if they should take over, and they will help out with the
And
transition.
it'll be interesting to watch as we go through the next couple of days. If there's a pause in the bombing, which allows the people to come out onto the streets and really express their opinions, we shall see. Panel, great comments from all of you again, great analysis, and we'll be back to you for more before this hour ends. Our viewers will be happy to know they'll hear more from them than me. But we will be back with a lot more coverage of what is a momentous time in the Middle East. What happens next in Iran? What does the U.S. do next in terms of targeting the military infrastructure? We'll be right back.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-983-6200. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
We plan to offer retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry's helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them. They're sitting on a gold mine, and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine.
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire Today. The joint discomfort and inflammation pain in your knees is real. Here's what real customers have to say about MagnaLife Knee Pain Relief Gel. I rubbed this on my knees right before bed and it soothed them so that I could sleep. It has worked wonders. I love it.
Available at your local retailer. Who'd you make this for? I wouldn't live this long if I discussed my clients. You may not live long to do it. We do the job, we don't ask questions. I'm gonna cook and then I have to go. My mind, it hasn't been right. I'm confusing time. No one can know. My shit. Memory of a Killer. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu. Tuesdays, the most addictive medical drama of TV is
Years of memories gone. I need to find out what happened before it's too late.
all new
from the game that we're playing. So you all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some wins. Please hit that button.
High five.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
We want to update you quickly now on the situation in Karachi, Pakistan, where a mob earlier, just a couple of hours ago, tried to storm the U.S. consulate there. It was a very tense situation for some time, remains pretty tense there right now. Police have driven that crowd back. We understand that 9 of the protesters may have been killed in what was an ongoing battle for a while, but it just illustrates the dangers that Americans may face for those who, with those who believe that the U.S. and Israel were wrong to kill Iran's Ayatollah Khamenei. Meantime, we're also hearing from the U.S. Embassy in Muscat, Oman, that they are advising all staff there to, quote, shelter in place, and they are recommending that all Americans in Oman do the same until further notice. Find a secure location within your residence or another safe building. So just an example that there are dangers now in this situation. There are a lot of Iranians very, very happy that the Ayatollah has been killed. There are those around the world who are angry that the Ayatollah has been killed, and they may, as these notices and the action in Karachi show us, they may seek to take that anger out on Americans. Meantime, we've been talking about a lot about Reza Pahlavi. He is the exiled former crown prince of Iran, son of the late Shah. He's a key figure, obviously, now in the Iranian opposition and has been for some time. He has voiced confidence in President Trump's actions. He's positioned himself as a potential transitional leader. Joining us now, Fred Fleitz, former chief of staff of Trump's National Security Council, former CIA analyst and author. Fred, great to have you with us. What do you make of Pahlavi? Is he a man who could unite the country and at least be a transitional leader, however long that transition might take?
Good morning. Well, I think he's an impressive guy. He supports democracy, a secular Iran. Clearly, there are Iranians who support him and have been citing his name as they protest, but he does not have the support of all Iranians. There's some concern he may have more support outside the government than inside the government, and there are other groups vying for control. But there aren't many options, and his ability to organize a mass movement in Iran is sort of unknown, but I mean, I'd be a supporter.
I hate to ask you to read President Trump's mind, but do you think he is talking about Pahlavi when he says he knows who he wants to lead or would like to lead Iran?
My understanding is that President Trump is being very careful. The U.S. should not be choosing Iran's leaders. I think this is something that the Iranian people have to do. He seems to be a viable choice, someone who would be very pro-U.S., someone who is going to promote democracy in Iran. So I think that's why I think Trump and people around Trump have been positive towards him, but I think we're going to be careful not to put a thumb on the scale.
And Fred, the president has said, the people in Iran, this is your best chance in generations, and will be for generations, to overthrow the Islamic regime. Now, obviously, if you're asking people to do that, they've got to be out on the streets in huge numbers, which you would think would mean the bombing has to stop. So how long do you think we go here, the U.S. and Israel, before we pause enough for those street protests that you're probably going to need to begin to gather pace?
Well, we saw Iranians coming out overnight in large numbers. We saw traffic jams, and we will know how successful this operation was and if we see a large, sustained set of demonstrations that forces this government out. But will the new leadership of Iran use violence to put the demonstrations down like they did in January? Will the security forces resign or defect?
We don't know that yet, we know that this regime has used extreme violence to put down demonstrations in the past. We're going to see in the next few days whether they will be able to do that and whether this regime is going to fight to stay in power. There are indications that may be prepared to do that. There's going to be 40 days of mourning over the death of Supreme Leader Khamenei. Whether that will lead to enough support to try to stay in power, we'll find out very soon.
Yeah, and Fred, I think back, and I don't know if this is potential here, but I think back to Iraq 2003. We were all there. We saw the Iraqi army and all of Saddam's military sort of disappear in the wake of the U.S. invasion. They threw off their uniforms, disappeared, and then by, I think it was April 2004, I was in Fallujah, for instance, they were all back. They just went away for a while and reconstituted. Do you see anything like that as a potential danger in Iran now?
I think it's a real possibility. We just don't know what's going to happen over the next few days. I think this week we're going to find out if the demonstrations are large enough and if they start getting organized. They may become a force that the regime can't stop. But I mean, you're right. These security forces could meld into the crowds and reorganize themselves into some type of radical movement or military movement that would make it difficult to have a transfer to democracy.
Yeah. Fred Fleitz, it's fascinating to talk to you. I thank you so much for sharing your experience and expertise with our viewers tonight. Thank you, Fred.
Good to be here.
All right, we will be back with a lot more. This is really an incredible situation unfolding in the Middle East. Huge explosions in Tehran again today, as Israeli forces tell us they are targeting places in the very center of the Iranian capital. We'll be back.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now. IRS. 3 letters that strike fear into everyone, and for good reason. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and being in debt to the IRS can have serious consequences. Oftentimes it begins with the IRS sending you a collection letter, but then escalates, and before you know it, you're having your paychecks garnished, your bank account seized, even your home or business can be at risk.
My problem was I had to pay my taxes in 8 years. I was trying to take on the IRS by myself. I have 5 children, trying to take care of my kids, and a lot of stress.
I owed the IRS over $10,000. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages to resolve this debt that I owed them.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000, but there was nothing I could do about it. I was just overwhelmed with what to do.
These stories are all too common, but thankfully, there's Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 most trusted tax resolution firm. Optima's experts have helped thousands of people with stories just like these resolve their tax debt.
I owe $15,000. I only had to pay $3,500, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything. It was easy, like 1, 2, 3.
Since I've settled everything with the IRS, with Optima Tax help, I'm going to be able to succeed instead of just worry.
They sent the paperwork in for the debt to be cleared, the liens to be taken off. Now I'm a happy camper. If you owe the IRS, don't go alone. Give Optima Tax a call.
So don't wait. Today you have options. Tomorrow you might not. Optima's tax professionals are standing by, ready to help you now. For a free consultation, call 800-587-3950.
Optima Tax Relief.
Another lost summer scrolling and swiping. Another lost spring break. Turns out the fix is right here. Create new lifetime memories from the comfort of your backyard. No passports, no reservations. Latham's premium handcrafted tools are ultra durable for any climate. Can be installed in weeks, not months. And have hundreds of designs, sizes, and colors to choose from. For 70 years, Latham Pool has remained the gold standard in bringing backyard dreams to life. Our pools are easy to care for, won't stain or crack, and never require costly resurfacing. And with flexible financing options, your dream is within reach. Inquire now to receive a free crystal finish upgrade valued at up to $3,000. And bring your favorite exotic watercolor and shimmer right to your own backyard. Don't let another year slip away. It's never too early to start planning for a lifetime of memories. Visit LakelandPool.com now.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire. Today. When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy to customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
The FBI is on high alert after the U.S. strikes on Iran for any terrorist actions that might be prompted by those strikes. Let's bring in Bill Daley, former FBI investigator. Bill, great to have you with us this morning. When we hear that an alert goes out to the FBI or the FBI goes on a high alert, what kind of actions does that sort of create? What is the FBI doing right now, Bill?
Yeah, sure, John. It's good to be with you, as always. There are a number of things that happen. In fact, Director Patel was very clear in saying that as much as the military is handling force protection overseas, it is here at the home front that the FBI is taking a lead role in protecting Americans. And what that means is a number of things, Jonathan, is that, first of all, they'll be activating the Joint Terrorism Task Forces around the country. These are multi-agency, both local, state, federal law enforcement agencies have come together in these Joint Terrorism Task Forces in all the major cities around the country. And then what we're doing is looking for any people who may have been on their radar with regard to either suspected or in any way involved with Iranian-backed terrorism plots. They'll be picking up also signal intelligence. They'll be looking at any kind of chatter that's going on, any type of communications that may suggest that, in fact, there is something going on.
So what's the big concern here, Bill? Are they looking at groups that may be organizing, or is the big concern more of a lone wolf sympathizer? I think we lost Bill there. We were talking, of course, about the security alert that has gone out within the United States in the wake of the attacks that you're looking at there. Those are some of the attacks that the U.S. and Israel has carried out on Iran, and what we have seen, obviously, with tragic consequences over the last few decades, is that U.S. actions overseas can sometimes bring terror onto our shores. So the FBI now is on a high alert for any of those, and I was just talking to Bill about the idea that those can be groups sometimes. They can also be lone wolves who are simply inspired by anti-American hatred and carry out the kind of attacks we've seen in places like Times Square. Bill, so you're back with us, thank you. I was just asking, what are we most worried about here? Is it organized groups, or is it a lone wolf attack that most worries the FBI?
Well, I think in this case, Jonathan, I think there's a bit more organization around it. Certainly, it could be a lone wolf. It could be someone or a few people who kind of want to act out on behalf of what they see may be wrongdoing against Iran. But I think at this point, we're also concerned that there is some type of suggested organization around this. In the past, we looked through kind of a litany of things that have happened in the past, going back even as early as 2004, where two UN security agents working for the Iranian mission in New York were dismissed because they were out taking pictures of tunnels and bridges. And that was also echoed further only a few years later, where about 13 people linked to Iran were taking photos of landmarks. And what security forces would indicate would be pre-operational surveillance. So, there are a number of things going on. We just don't know at this point, if that will manifest itself. We see in the Middle East where the government is kind of lashing out, where they're sending rockets to nearby countries and hitting various targets somewhat, just almost retaliatory, if you will. And given the comments that we just came out of Iran with regard to maybe this retaliatory type of acts, we just don't know how they may start to carry those out.
How involved, if at all, Bill, is the FBI in looking for threats overseas as well? Will they be in very close communication with every embassy, for instance? Do they take that role, or is it very much they are focused on the domestic?
Well, focus on the domestic, John, but many of these plans and plots take in consideration contact with people overseas. So the FBI, they're both working with other federal agencies on the national security side, as well as the FBI's legal attachés, which are FBI personnel stationed around the world at various embassies, liaising with other intelligence operatives in those countries and agencies in those countries, looking to glean whatever information they can. It's interesting, Jonathan, is that, in addition to those incidents I just mentioned, there have been some other things that have happened here in the U.S., which also give us reason to be, pause and be concerned, is that we did have, going back as recently as 2022, there were 3 Iranian nationals charged with engaging in computer intrusions and ransomware extortion against infrastructure. We've seen that, as well as even a plan around that same time, actually a few years before that, with the murder of the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the U.S. in Washington, D.C. So, there have been these indications that there are some Iranian-backed activities here in the U.S., and so it behooves the FBI and under Director Kash Patel to kind of focus, to provide additional resources both on the ground as far as surveillance, as I mentioned before, any interceptions they may have with regard to communications, or looking for people who may have been aligned and sent it anyway with the government.
Yeah. Bill, we are grateful for your work with us. We're grateful for the work you did with the FBI, and we are, of course, grateful for the work of every FBI agent working always to keep us safe. Thank you, Bill Daly. And we will be back with a lot more of our coverage on the momentous events in the Middle East and what comes next.
Here's an amazing fact. 70 million Americans lie awake every night, their health deteriorating with every sleepless hour. This is a nationwide health crisis. Sleep is the foundation of our lives. Without it, energy, focus, mood plummet. Your quality of life can be stolen. That's why I don't just recommend Relaxium Sleep. I depend on it. Relaxium Sleep is America's #1 doctor-developed sleep solution, changing lives across the nation, including mine.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health. After years of research, I developed Relaxium Sleep to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
My good friend Mike Huckabee insisted I try Relaxium Sleep, and now I'm a believer, and you will be too. What makes Relaxium Sleep different? Well, it was created by a leading clinical neurologist, made in the USA. Take a night. It works. Since starting Relaxium, I fall asleep faster, sleep longer, wake up refreshed.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives. If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now and improve your quality of life.
So why are you still suffering? Pick up the phone. You've nothing to lose except another sleepless night. Folks, it's time to make America sleep again. So please call now. Claim your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Your whole new life, just a phone call away.
Bill O'Reilly is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles today. Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-251-1717. Operation Epic Fury. Inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah. And what's next for the region? Paris is
mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now.
Call 800-802-3500. Call now. Friends have been telling friends about Colonial Penn guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance for more than 50 years. And with good reason. If you're between the age of 50 and 85, it's a sure thing. Your acceptance is guaranteed because full benefits are not paid in the first 2 years. And the price? Options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. With Colonial Penn, your rate is another sure thing. It will never increase. And you should know this coverage can last a lifetime.
Call today, 1-800-474-5558.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I called you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He called you, but he doesn't have your number.
We're just hearing from Iranian state media that Ayatollah Arafi has been appointed as what they call a jurist member of the Leadership Council, tasked with temporarily fulfilling the supreme leader's role. Our panel is back with us, and Aaron, let me come to you first. It strikes me that being given a leadership role in Iran right now is somewhat akin to being given a leadership role in Hamas post-October 7th. It seems to be a death sentence.
Well, if you announce the next leader of the IRGC or whoever is going to be commanding the leadership during this interim period, I think it's a mistake. I think it's posturing. Here's where I'm at with this. I think the IRGC has to signal that they're in control. Nothing has really been affected. Never mind the fact that hundreds, if not a couple of thousand targets have been hit over the last 24 hours. So they're playing the game. They're trying to save face. They're trying to show that we're in control. But really, at the end of the day, the softening that's happening right now systematically across Iraq, Isfahan, Shiraz, Tehran, is literally shifting the paradigm for this potential regime to collapse within potentially a week to 72 hours. Who knows what's going to happen here, but I think it's just posturing.
Lisa, what's your gut on the way that what remains of the Islamic Republic leadership behaves here? Does your gut tell you, as an Iranian American, that they try to cling to power, or does your gut tell you that they will, as Aaron hints, maybe collapse within a week?
Yeah, they use their ideology to live and to survive. They will not die by this ideology, meaning they are not suicidal. They will fire off every missile they have. They will do everything in their power to stay in the game. And I think that is why we are seeing this chest thumping continuing. And, what's interesting is since the 12-day war in June, they have been diminished even further militarily. So even the assessments that have been made, what we assumed, what we anticipated would be their response militarily, has been underwhelming at this point. So I think going into this 24, 48, 72 hours into this campaign, I think the United States and Israel amp up. I do not think they're going to be able to hold on for dear life as they are attempting to.
Karen, as somebody who looks at all of this from a very much a global perspective, I wonder what you think this action might lead to. Does it open the door to action elsewhere for President Trump?
I think it does. We've spent most of today really zooming in on fine details about what's happened, what will happen next. A lot of it's speculation. We just don't know. But if we zoom out, this is a moment for the president to assert his grand strategy, which really is at odds with what bipartisan elites in Washington and in the university world have wanted. He issued a national security strategy a couple of months ago, and the Middle East was near the bottom in terms of priorities. But then he turns around and takes a very aggressive action against Iran. What is he trying to do here? I think he's trying to finish some of the conflicts that elites said we have to negotiate slowly over time our way out of, like the Iranian nuclear deal. He said, we're done with that kind of thinking, and he wants to pivot to the Western Hemisphere.
Right.
And this allows him, in a very different part of the world, to begin to assert American authority. It brings a kind of credibility to his words, that his deeds and words match,
Yeah.
and that he's not a neo-isolationist.
Yeah.
He's just much more strategic than people thought in the past.
Aaron, I want to talk about President Trump. It's been a heck of a partnership he's had with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Have we ever seen anything like that, do you think?
I think that President Trump relishes in the ability to flex the greatness of the U.S. military. He has always been against the grain. Nothing about him is conventional. And having the ability to have some of the finest military assets behind him, some of the finest intelligence coming from Israel, this kind of stone-clad iron partnership with Bibi, they've been friends for 20, 30 years. I think Trump is looking at this going, now is the time to change the face of all this nonsense. Let's get this Middle East cleaned up so we can get back to business and make America great. I know it's the slogan, but at the end of the day, it's true.
And President Trump himself said that he envisioned a Middle East of commerce, not chaos. Let me give you the last word on this, Lisa. Do you believe we can get to a point where it is a Middle East of commerce, not chaos? And do you feel optimistic?
I am certainly optimistic. During the first Trump administration, I had the honor of working on the Abraham Accords and helping with the rollout of the Abraham Accords, and we saw how successful that was. And now with this, imagine the potential that will be unleashed with a free Iran. And now that the Iran regime has hit those Gulf states that are signatory to the Abraham Accords, imagine how much more they will rally around Israel and the United States and pivot towards the West and towards a future of the Middle East that is dictated by interests that are aligned, like prosperity, like freedom, like life away from terrorism and away from these bold tropes and the terrorism of the past. If we remove Iran's regime, which has been the piggy bank of these terror organizations, it takes away the money, the funding, the resources for those terrorists and those militants. We're looking at a very different horizon.
I said it was going to be the last word. I've got 10 seconds for each of you. Is Iran still an Islamic Republic?
No.
Aaron?
Weak,
that was 2 seconds.
Weak, feeble, shaken, and stirred.
Definitely not. I think it'll take some time to shape up. I don't think there's a magic wand situation that's going to happen here, but I don't see the way that the Iranian people will go back to what it was. They have determined what they want their future to be.
All right, Lisa Daftari, Aaron Cohen, Karen Skinner, it's been a pleasure sharing this couple of hours with you. You have served our guests so well, served our audience so well, as always. Thank you so much to all of you. There is a lot of work ahead for the Iranian people. There's a lot of work ahead, apparently, for the U.S. military and the Israeli military. We understand that there are still explosions in Tehran as we sit here on what is Sunday afternoon now. There in Tehran, Israeli jets still flying, the U.S. still involved. We wait to see what the outcome of all of this will be, but we have been watching history unfold in the Middle East. We shall see where it goes from here. Stay with Fox News for all the coverage. My good friend Griff Jenkins will take over top of the hour. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, buddy. Morning. I'm a stickler for good dental care. Me too. Ooh, looking sharp today. But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get, no, please don't say it, a big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. Now, this isn't a discount plan or a preventive-only coverage. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, like cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, root canals, even dentures. That's a lot. It's easy to find out more. Just call or go online now to get your free information kit with all the details. This dental insurance helps you pay for routine care and expensive major procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. You can even
keep your dentist. Why pay more for dental care? Get your free info kit and start saving today. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Today, there's a special opportunity to double your gift's impact, thanks to generous fellowship partners. Call now and your gift's impact will be doubled.
They felt the shaking with missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster. Taken out power, taken out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life and death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Thanks to a special matching challenge, if you call now, your gift's impact will be doubled. Time is critical. Please give now.
I'm Matt Morgan, Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today.
Call 800-756-9090. Call now.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves.
History made in the Middle East as the U.S. and Israel launch a massive attack against Iran, killing the regime's supreme leader along with several top military officials. Iran's Revolutionary Guard now vowing retaliation, unleashing a new wave of missile attacks this morning, targeting Israel and U.S. bases across the Gulf, and Israel hammering the Islamic Republic in a fresh wave of strikes. President Trump warning the country while also urging the Iranian people to rise up, declaring the hour of freedom is at hand. And we're monitoring global threats to Americans after the U.S. consulate in Pakistan was attacked by protesters. You're watching Fox News Live this Sunday morning. I'm Griff Jenkins. Let's get straight to Stephanie Bennett, who is live overseas with the latest on U.S.-Israeli strikes. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, Griff. Yeah, these back and forth attacks continue, and things are changing literally by the minute. At the moment, we're still unsure who is even ruling Iran. Well, President Donald Trump said that this operation is likely to continue for as long as necessary, he said. Now, in his latest Truth Social post, President Donald Trump wrote, quote, Iran just stated that they are going to hit they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. President Trump said the initial joint airstrikes with Israel yesterday aimed to end a decades-long threat from Iran and ensure it could not develop a nuclear weapon. The strikes targeted Iranian military and government sites. In response, Iran has launched attacks throughout the Middle East on U.S. allies and where the U.S. has military bases. U.S. Central Command says no U.S. service members have been injured, but damage has been reported in Tel Aviv, while explosions can also be heard in the skies of Dubai this morning. Many airports in the region also remain closed and will likely be closed for several days. The Israeli military gave an update saying it, quote, has now launched a broad wave of strikes against targets of the Iranian terror regime in the heart of Tehran. We're also seeing a large plume of smoke there, reports of explosions in the capital. We're also monitoring the pro-Iranian protesters who tried to storm the United States consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Reports we've been seeing suggest at least 9 people have died. Iran state media says 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed during the U.S.-Israeli strikes, along with some of his immediate family members. 40 days of public mourning will now be observed. A council of clerics is expected to appoint a successor as soon as possible, and more than 40 other senior Iranian officials were also killed, including the defense minister. Now, in a statement that was just released, Iran's president has insisted revenge, saying a legitimate right and duty. It is a legitimate right and duty, they say. World leaders have also had mixed reactions. Of course, you have Canada and Ukraine who support the U.S. strikes. You've got Russia and China who condemned them. And also, Griff, briefly, we did just hear from the UK Defense Secretary, John Healey. He was speaking with Sky News just now, and he said, quote, we're taking down the drones that are menacing either our bases, our people, or our allies, and this is a really serious and deteriorating situation. Of course, the UK was not involved, but they have bases there in Cyprus and also in Qatar, and you can just tell that they're there fighting off anything that's coming their way as well.
They sure do. Stephanie Bennett, live for us in London. Stephanie, thank you. Let's bring in now Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman. Dan, good morning to you. Let's pick up where Stephanie left off. Obviously, Iran is retaliating, but the question is, who is running the country? Who do you see as being in charge right now?
Yeah, look, the Israeli and U.S. strikes have decapitated Iran's regime. We've gone over the list of the senior officials who have been killed in those strikes. And the question now is indeed exactly what you've asked. The country is fractured, and there's obviously been some succession planning. That's a key intelligence requirement for Director of CIA Ratcliffe and his team to determine who might be following in the footsteps, for example, of the head of the IRGC, and whether there'll be some internal infighting, and maybe an internal coup inside Iran. There's this bit of chaos right now. Iran is living in the fog of war, and it's up to the U.S. intelligence community to decipher what exactly is going on.
Let's talk about intelligence. Nobody better than you. This, by all accounts, from the battle damage assessment that we can glean from, was perhaps the most successful decapitation operation in modern military history, I would offer, Dan. We had an attack. We launched with Israel attacks from the land, air, and sea, along with these unprecedented unmanned drones. And you look at sort of the target package that they unleashed, that could not have been done with cutting-edge intelligence.
Yeah, that's right. And look, one of the things we've seen, particularly since 9/11, is just this fusion of U.S. intelligence collection with U.S. military and with our kinetic strikes. We saw it when the Trump administration successfully targeted the head of the IRGC, Qasem Soleimani. We saw it most recently in Venezuela, and now in Iran with these precision strikes that rely on intelligence, not just human sources, but the full gamut of signals intelligence and overhead reconnaissance. These are just an extraordinary array of tactical intelligence successes.
And so how long, I mean, we've been told, obviously, we can expect this to perhaps go weeks. How long does this take to get to where the administration wants this?
So I don't think President Trump has been real clear about the timeline, and I don't think he's able to even know what sort of a timeline we might be looking at. I think what the United States wants is for some new regime to emerge in Iran which agrees to the U.S. conditions about no nuclear enrichment, capping their ballistic missile capability, and halting their support to proxy terrorists. That's what we want. What happens inside Iran is another story. I don't think the Trump administration is interested in nation building or bringing democracy necessarily to Iran. Certainly support to the protesters tangentially, but what we really want is an end to Iran's external aggression in the region and beyond. And how long that takes and when Iran might be willing to agree to those terms and who might agree to those terms, I think are going to be the major questions over the coming days and perhaps weeks.
And I just want to touch on, obviously, the U.S. troops are not out of danger by any means. We saw yesterday essentially all of our Gulf allies targeted at our U.S. bases. Ali Salem in Kuwait, you've got Al Dhafra, you've got Al Udeid, the Fifth Fleet targeted. What do you make of the threat now to our U.S. troops?
I think we have to be on high alert, and especially for our intelligence community, we're looking at targeting Iranians and the senior officials, and we've been doing that effectively. But also it's about our defense as well. And we've seen Iranian militias seeking to target us in Erbil. You mentioned our consulate in Karachi. So the Iranian threat is global and worldwide. We need to be on the highest alert, and I'm sure we are. We've also got to be concerned about terrorist threats from Al-Qaeda. Remember that the leader of Al-Qaeda, Saif al-Adil, is currently enjoying sanctuary inside Iran. And so we really have to be on high alert, and it's worth reminding folks here in the United States, see something, say something. These are times when we need to be on extremely careful about what's going on around us and have the situational awareness to understand where a threat might be, not just overseas, but here in the homeland as well.
Indeed. Boy, that's an important point. A little bit on that angle, let's talk about what we saw develop overnight, and that is hundreds of protesters storming the U.S. consulate in Karachi. There have been deaths there. What do you make of this situation?
Yeah, it's certainly something we've got to be concerned about, and remember that Iran has tried to kill President Trump as well as Secretary Pompeo and former National Security Advisor Ambassador John Bolton. So they have these asymmetric global assassination squads that they have used in the past, and I wouldn't put it past them, obviously, in this case, to seek to mount that sort of counterattack against us. So we, again, need to be collecting the intelligence. It's what we do. The intelligence community works extraordinarily well together, the CIA and FBI and NSA and others, to collect the intelligence and present the president and all of his advisors with the analysis they need to make the right decisions.
Hey, let me ask you about this, Dan, because we see Iranians in Iran and across the world, certainly here in the U.S., celebrating. But is U.S. and Israeli firepower enough to overthrow, ultimately, this Islamic dictatorship?
Certainly, the air power strikes that we've launched have been enough to decapitate Iran's leadership. The open question is whether without ground forces, you can see real regime change. The IRGC is tens of thousands strong. A lot of hardened security professionals with guns. And that makes it extraordinarily difficult for the sort of revolution that Iran saw in 1979 to take place. Certainly, we'd like to see this take place, although there would be other concerns about the extent to which we would see a fracture inside Iran, and that still might be possible. The bottom line, Griff, is when you launch strikes like this, a war like this, especially in the Middle East, you just can't be certain about how things are going to turn out. And that's the challenge, I think, for not just the Trump administration, but our allies in the region.
It is indeed, and an ultimate peace in the Middle East is certainly what the region wants. But when I talk to Iranians here at home, they hope that they can get Iran back to being Persia. They're Persians. Dan Hoffman, great insight, as always. Thank you.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, President Trump taking action against Iran, sparking a war powers debate in Congress. We're speaking to a lawmaker and Green Beret veteran next, with both sides of the aisle demanding answers.
We're
planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash? So they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them. They're sitting on a gold mine, and you have no idea. Hey guys, we're sitting on a gold mine.
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Dad drills. Let's go. Are they officially named the Guardian? My parents? Doesn't count. Guardianship must be legal before it's official. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it incredibly easy. Visit trustandwill.com today and make it count.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converted checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
The joint discomfort and inflammation pain in your knees is real. Here's what real customers have to say about MagnaLife Knee Pain Relief Gel. I rubbed this on my knees right before bed and it soothed them so that I could sleep. It has worked wonders. I love it. Available at your local retailer.
The NASCAR Cup Series goes in Austin. The best of the best take on the road course of Coda. Coverage begins today at 2:30 Eastern on Fox. Operation Epic Fury. Inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah. And what's next for the region? Harris is breaking it down on a special Focal Focus.
Sure she's.
Is Grandma
okay?
can't get up.
Yeah.
Right now.
Give her some stuff.
Hello, this is Life. Your mother had an emergency. We dispatched paramedics to her home.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
She had a fall, but don't worry. She is safe, and the paramedics are helping her right now.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes. With one simple touch of a button, Life Alert sends help immediately. Whether it's trip or assault, a medical emergency, or an intruder, Life Alert sends first responders fast.
For a free brochure, call 800-690-5534. 800-690-5534. That's 800-690-5534.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-798-0326.
Back to our breaking news coverage. The House expected to hold a war powers vote as soon as this week after the U.S. and Israel carried out joint strikes across Iran, crippling Tehran's leadership. Madeline Rivera joining us live from Washington with the very latest. Good morning, Maddie.
Good morning, Griff. Democrats in the House and the Senate were already prepping votes on war powers resolutions in the coming days. Now they want to speed up their timeline as Operation Epic Fury unfolds. They want lawmakers to come back to D.C. ASAP for an immediate vote on the measure, and they're demanding briefings from administration officials as well. Congressman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying the American people are once again dragged into a war they did not want by a president who does not care about the long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful, it is unnecessary, and it will be catastrophic. Still, some Democrats support the strikes on Iran and could cross party lines, making the math very complex. Representatives Josh Gottheimer, Greg Landsman, Tom Suozzi, and Jerry Moskowitz have already indicated they won't back a war powers resolution. Senator John Fetterman saying this about Democrats who are calling to rein in the president.
This was one of the most evil people that ever lived. And after 37 years in Iran, he absolutely celebrating that thing. And that's why I might be the only Democrat that would vote against the Iranian War Powers bill, because that would be the kind of thing they would want to prohibit or block that from happening.
On the GOP side, Congressman Thomas Massie is, of course, expected to back the resolution he introduced with Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. Senator Rand Paul, who filed a resolution with Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, he says he opposes another presidential war. Administration officials are expected to brief key House committees today about the strikes on Iran.
Madeline Rivera, live for us in Washington. Maddie, thank you very much. And with that, let's bring in North Carolina Congressman and former Green Beret, Pat Harrigan. Congressman, thank you for taking time, picking up where Maddie left off. Are you expecting a War Powers vote this week in Congress?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have it. We've got a call later today that I think we'll find out kind of exactly what the schedule looks like. But I want to remind everybody, the president followed the law here, and any assertion to the opposite is just fundamentally false. The War Powers Resolution gives the president the authority to act for up to 60 days without prior congressional approval. It requires notification within 48 hours. It does not require permission. I think that's what folks got to understand. That authority exists for moments just like this when speed matters and American lives are on the line. But the folks have to understand the statutes were followed.
Congressman, the political fallout has been interesting. When I was in the anchor chair here yesterday, as things had just gotten underway at 4 a.m., one of the first sort of reactions on social media that I saw was Senator Fetterman fully supporting this, full-throated. But then you also saw colleagues like Republican Tom attacking it. Did your Republican colleagues get out in front of this too soon to render this sort of judgment?
Yeah, I think nobody understands exactly how this is going to play out, and so that judgment could not and should not be rendered. It should be reserved. At this point, look, elections have consequences. The president made a decision. The United States of America is committed into this, and the only thing that anybody in Congress should actually be focused on at this juncture right now, when our troops are actually in harm's way, is making sure that they have what it takes to get the job done and get home safely. I'm disappointed with some of my colleagues taking the narrative in the directions that they're taking it. I think it's self-serving. I think that they're putting their own party in front of the country. I think they're putting their own interests in front of the country, and that has no place in Congress right now. We can have hindsight with 2020 vision after this plays out in a couple weeks, but right now everybody's got to stay focused, everybody's got to stay tight, and we've got to be supportive of the United States of America, and that's it.
Congressman, as a former Green Beret that served multiple rotations in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom, we're talking about battle damage assessment, and what we know that's readily available. This, by all accounts, was the most successful decapitation operation in modern military history. What's your assessment?
Well, look, I think that the reason that we used overwhelming force is because it actually prevents forever wars. When you've got nearly 900 strikes in the first hours from land, air, and sea, and our unmanned systems, that demonstrates total overmatch. That scale and speed collapse a regime's ability to respond, and it actually prevents them from making war. Now, the next 3 to 5 days is absolutely critical, but I think long wars happen when America hesitates and applies force in drips. That's exactly what happened across the regime change operations of our neocon fathers. It's exactly what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine. But when you strike decisively and you dismantle command structures immediately, that escalation starts to become compromised by the other side. President Trump is actually doing this to avoid a long war, and he's doing it through the application of a very clear Trump doctrine.
And Congressman, I just have about 30 seconds here, but do you see that this sends a message to our adversaries like China, like Russia?
The bigger play here from the 300,000-foot perspective is we are working against the periphery of Russia and China. We are taking out all of their allies, and we are rolling the tables on the world order, making sure that the world is a safer place for American citizens and American interests, period. That is the bigger play here, no question about it.
Congressman Pat Harrigan, thank you for your insight and getting up early for us, and thank you for your service, sir.
Hey, Griff, great to be with you. Have a great Sunday.
Me too. Meantime, the FBI now on high alert as protests erupt across the country in response to the U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran. We'll have a live report next.
Gritty, dry eyes deserve to feel. Don't use if allergic to MIBO. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about prescription dry eye drop MIBO.
Jillian Michaels here with a truth bomb. One key reason that we look older is because our bodies make less collagen as we age. It's time to start taking Alaya Multi-Collagen, a powerhouse formulation of 5 different types of collagen that helps restore your body's youthfulness. Alaya can support fuller, more luxurious hair, dramatically diminished wrinkles, and stronger, healthier nails. Alaya Collagen even supports joint health so you can stay active and comfortable. Add Alaya to your smoothie, coffee, any of your favorite recipes because it's flavorless and it goes with everything. I've made Alaya Multi-Collagen a part of my daily routine religiously because it helps me look and feel my very best. Go to getalaya.com now and use the promo code to receive 30% off plus free shipping. The sooner you order, the sooner you can get relief and support your overall wellness. Go to getalaya.com now. Prioritize your body inside and out with Alaya.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now.
Call 1-800-602-2900. Call now.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off March at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Why does getting rid of grays have to feel like a chemistry project? Particle Anti-Gray Serum is the anti-dye antidote. It's anti-outdated. Forget the messy dyes and the inked-on look of the past. Anti-complicated, no gloves, no kits. Just a 5-second routine that restores pigment at the root. Anti-chemical, no ammonia or peroxide. We maintain your hair's health while we bring back its life. And anti-fake, no sudden changes here. It works gradually on your hair and beard. For a look that is 100% natural, believable, and you. Put your best face forward with Particle Anti-Gray Serum. Anti-Gray, pro results. Visit antigray.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off your order. We've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Anti-Gray Serum. Now at antigray.com.
When you're selling your home, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price. Ready? Find the best real estate agent to sell it. Simple, but how do you find the best agent? Ready.com. On Ready, the best agents compete for your business. You get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, they put up their money to be your agent. $2,000, $10,000, find out. Go to ready.com or call 888-551-REDY.
Our names were whispered through time, from generation to generation. Certain skills are territories that can't be explained. God has destiny for
You're looking there at the High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, known as a HIMARS, which is a mounted truck launcher that fires up to 6 GPS-mounted guided attack missiles with up to about 186 miles. This is just one of the many powerful weapons deployed systems by the U.S. military as the U.S. forces continue to weaken Iran's military capabilities. Here to break it all down is Fox News contributor, drone expert, and Power U.S. founder Brett Velikovich. Brett, it's great to be with you, and I want to get to the Lucas drones because you and I spent time in Ukraine. Ukraine used drones. Now we're seeing the U.S. doing it in an unprecedented way. But we opened there with the HIMARS in undisclosed locations in our Gulf allied areas launching ATACMS. But it was really the nearly 900 strikes in the first 12 hours from the land, air, and sea. Your assessment on how successful that was?
Well, hey, good morning, Griff. Look, what we witnessed was one of the most decisive, game-changing moments in modern-day military history, and America just delivered it. In our strikes at the heart of the regime, it sent a message far beyond Iran. It tells adversaries around the world that the United States weaponry will adapt faster than they can innovate. For one, yesterday's strikes on Iran, it represents a new chapter in American military capability and innovation. The U.S. employed low-cost, one-way attack drones, which are known as the Lucas system, in actual combat, which really marks a significant evolution in how we project force, how we protect American personnel. Lucas is a reverse engineered version of Iran's own Shahed one-way attack drone. And that's the best part about this, Griff. These are autonomous, expendable kamikaze drones that were modeled off of Iranian designs that were taken off of captured systems in Ukraine. That's strategic irony. We took a weapon that Iran developed and fielded it against our own forces and allies, studied how it worked, and then turned that playbook into an American capability that was used in combat against Iran's own target. And that's just not tactical, it's symbolic, right? Using a reverse engineer design, for the U.S. to respond to threats, it's out innovation of our adversaries. And that's really a message worth emphasizing. America's going to adapt and use your own innovation against you. If you build tools meant to kill and threaten us, don't be surprised when we use it more effectively.
It's amazing, Brad. They first tested this in December, just months ago. Now it's fully successfully deployed, as you highlight and laid out there so eloquently. The question I have for you is this a battlefield game changer?
Absolutely. I think it sends a strategic signal. You have cheap, scalable drones now, which are going to be the central and future contracts. The U.S. is not going to get outpaced in that race, and we're going to continue to use lethal weapon systems like that. And what really comforts me in all this is our leaders built in the background of the action leading up to this the most formidable and largest American military force in the region in decades. Aircraft carrier strike groups, warships, our most advanced fighter jets, long-range attack drones, surveillance assets. That was more firepower than Iran and Tehran had ever seen before. Not because we want war, but because peace through strength is the only peace that's going to last. Because as the United States, we can't just sit back and cross our fingers in hopes that the regime is going to build another nuclear weapon. And what really stands out here is not just the strike itself, but how it was executed, right? We had these one-way attack drones. We launched Tomahawk cruise missiles from land and sea platforms, a weapon that's been a staple of American long-range precision strikes for decades. And when you take that all together, this suite of weaponry, it helps set the conditions for the successful decapitation of Iran's leadership, including the death of the Ayatollah.
It sure did, Brad. In fact, I want to see if our producers can roll that SimCom video. I was blown away about the total package. And it's not lost on me that it was in broad daylight. They did not expect that coming. But you see the F-22 Raptors kicking down the door. That goes in first. And the Tomahawks launch, the HIMARS, and of course the Lucas drones. What do you make of the whole total package on the first day?
Well, just overwhelming strength. And that's what we need to continue to do. In my view, the operation was really decisive leadership at its finest. President Trump and our allies in Israel, they didn't wait for another attack or another imminent threat. They acted to eliminate it. And these strikes show real strength. It's decisive. It's unapologetic leadership from Trump and Netanyahu, where we didn't wait for permission for another provocation. We adapted fast. We struck hard. Sure, Iran is trying to fire back with missiles and drones right now. I think that's going to be short-lived. The region is on edge, but let's be clear. The old regime's days of unchecked aggression, funding Hezbollah, funding the Houthis to try and kill Americans, to try and kill Israelis, threatening this nuclear Armageddon, that's over. Right? This could be the beginning of real peace through strength, the liberation of millions, and a Middle East where tyrants actually think twice before crossing red lines.
And that would be a good place to get to. Brett Velikovich, thank you for your insight and getting up early for us.
Thanks, Griff.
All right. Meanwhile, strikes on Iran are putting FBI counterterrorism teams on high alert as protests erupt throughout major cities across the U.S. In the protests reaching close to the White House, filling the streets of our nation's capital. David Spahn is live, traveling with the president in West Palm Beach and has the very latest details. Good morning, David.
Griff, good morning to you. As you mentioned, some of those protests around the country, and also when you think about it, while Secretary Marco Rubio and Secretary Hegseth, as well as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and CIA director, continue to brief the president here in Palm Beach, Florida, behind me, where the White House has essentially descended upon Palm Beach for this event. People like Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, and others are continuing to brief the president and others about what's going on in the homeland specifically. Now, FBI Director Kash Patel, as you mentioned in the intro to me, he has declared kind of an uptick in the counterintelligence operations of the FBI to make sure that people stay safe, putting counterintelligence teams on high alerts across the country. A law enforcement source telling Fox this means the Bureau has increased surveillance of priority suspects. Patel posting online, we ask everyone to please report anything that may seem suspicious to law enforcement. You can always call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you could go to tips.fbi.gov. Thank you to all military service members, federal partners, and law enforcement who continue to put mission first. Now, we were there yesterday, Griff, as people protested outside the White House, upset with the U.S. involvement in Iran, the attack in Iran. That was yesterday afternoon in Washington, D.C. Largely peaceful protests. Same situation in Times Square, where groups held signs, a lot more people, that say, stop the war on Iran. These protests are seen in large cities across the country, but on the other side of things, there are many who are happy, and groups that are happy with what happened over the past 24 hours as you look at that picture of Times Square. Back to Palm Beach, where I am right now. President Trump will wake up here, meet with advisors today. Nothing on his public schedule yet. We'll see if that changes. Then he will head back to Washington and the White House later, where he will meet face-to-face with Vice President J.D. Vance and others, members of his cabinet that were not down here in person. They watched remotely as he watched from the command center down here. Griff.
All right, David Spahn, live for us in West Palm Beach. David, thank you. And with that, let's bring in former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker. Chris, good morning. You heard David's report there. You know, Americans are on high alert. The FBI issuing that statement. How concerned should we be that we could see something here in the U.S.?
Well, if ever there's going to have a Hezbollah cell or a Hamas cell act in the United States in a violent way, it's now. Because their backs against the wall. Both organizations are Iranian-backed all the way. Both organizations have had a presence in the United States since the 1980s. I was here at the FBI office in North Carolina when we rooted out a very active Hezbollah cell here that had ties all directly back from to Lebanon. It was a procurement chain, and they were also training with weapons. So we know that they have cells here. We also know that there are lone sympathizers, many of whom have come out, you see in these protest groups, embedded in these protest groups. I guess the upside to that is they're outing themselves. So the FBI is going real time with all of their surveillance. There's a lot of other things that go with that package. They got the primary counterterrorism mission. So they are applying all of their counterterrorism resources right now to this particular issue.
Chris, obviously you saw the footage there, peaceful protests in Washington. Here in New York, I saw it firsthand. It wasn't a huge group. They were peaceful, marching through Times Square. But as I recall, as someone that covered the Iraq War protests that went from hundreds to tens of thousands, how concerned are you that this protest movement grows and in that lies a threat?
Oh, that's definitely of concern. I mean, it's impossible. Look, we just come off 4 years of open borders, and I've said before that that was an open door for terrorist cells and terrorist sympathizers to infiltrate. Many were already here, but it's impossible that they would not infiltrate into these particular groups and sort of act as catalysts, as enablers. As I said, the upside to that, though, is they're outing themselves. And I think the FBI has a pretty good idea of who the sympathizers are. When I say sympathizers, I don't mean First Amendment sympathizers. I mean people who could potentially morph into something more violent and cross that line. But I think the FBI has had a historical interest in the Hezbollah and Hamas. Hezbollah has a bigger presence here in the United States. They're here to fundraise for the most part. They've engaged in drug trafficking and every kind of crime you can imagine, SNAP fraud, for government benefits fraud, all kinds of credit card fraud. They funnel all that money back to the motherships back in the Middle East. But they now have this platform among these protest groups to also engage in propaganda and recruit people. And the fear is that they recruit that lone wolf, off-balance sympathizer who's willing to take matters into their own hands in a violent way.
Pray that that never happens. Former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swicker. Chris, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we're taking a look inside President Trump's decision to strike Iran as he aims to bring freedom to the Iranian people. That's next.
We asked women one simple question: what makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner. Always.
A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed.
A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. If he's really a gentleman, he'll go at my pace.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Well, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravitate. Visit trygravitate.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravitate.com.
It's time for a new bathroom shower, but you can be faced with a hard choice. A luxury stone breaking your budget and losing your bathroom for weeks. Or you can go for speed and affordability with a thin plastic shower surround that only covers up the problem. Now there's a better way. Introducing Reveal by Kohler, a remodel service that combines the convenience, luxury design, and value that only Kohler can deliver. Installed in as little as 1 day with the quality that you want at a price you can afford. For over 150 years, Kohler has defined premium design and uncompromising quality. And I've spent my entire life helping people design beautiful spaces. Together, we're teaming up to redefine the remodeling experience one shower at a time. Only Reveal by Kohler offers exclusive fixtures and Luxstone walls, giving you the superior feel of stone you always dreamed of without the hassle or high cost. With Reveal, every detail matters because your shower is where you reset, reconnect, and relax. We've mastered the art of transforming outdated showers into safer, stylish sanctuaries, and we do it all with a convenience that fits your life.
Oh, yes. Yes, it looks terrific.
It looks fantastic. It's everything that we wanted, Revealed by Kohler, exceeding our expectations. It's exactly what we were hoping for.
Now you can have it all. Safety, convenience, and rub-free walls made with real stone, all within your budget. Plus, your products are backed by a Kohler lifetime limited warranty, so you know they're built to last. The choice is easy. Reclaim your shower today. Don't just remodel. Reveal by Kohler.
Don't wait. Schedule your free in-home design session now and take advantage of no interest, no payments for 1 year, plus a free shower door with your remodel. Don't let the door close on this limited time offer. Call 800-220-1535 or visit revealpolar.com today. That's 800-220-1535. Call now.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but as you age with occasional nerve discomfort that can feel like stabbing or pins and needles in your hands and feet, sometimes stairs can bring worry. As a retired doctor, now that I'm older myself, I'm taking a ride. Divine Nerve Relief has ALA to start reducing occasional nerve discomfort in 7 days. Getting older happens. The living with occasional nerve discomfort doesn't have to. Try Divine like I did and get your freedom back. Feel alive with Divine.
The perfect gifts. The Jewelry Exchange has diamond pendants $99, diamond clusters $249 per carat, 5-carat diamond tennis bracelets $8.99, 1-carat studs and solitaires $2.99. Great service, selection, and prices. Factory Direct. The Jewelry Exchange.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can be complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
President Trump taking decisive action against the Iranian regime, orchestrating the massive strikes from Mar-a-Lago, while Vice President J.D. Vance monitored from the Situation Room. Celebrations now breaking out across the region as the people of Iran are now navigating the next steps. President Trump has high hopes, telling the Washington Post, quote, "All I want is freedom for the people. I want a safe nation, and that's what we're going to have." Alex Graves, a former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump in the first administration, he joins us now. Alex, take me inside what it must have been like in the Situation Room and the Southern Situation Room at Mar-a-Lago during the last 24 hours.
Well, good morning, Griff. I'm sure it was an incredible moment for everyone who participated. And I think it was really the prime example I can remember of the way in which the government is supposed to work in a crisis, where you have the military leadership, you have the civilian leadership, giving the president the best possible outcomes and also the worst case scenario. And we've seen all of that reported, that the president was told by the military certain things could go wrong. And the president, as commander-in-chief, took all of that input and sitting there in the Southern White House Situation Room, he made the call, and he made what looks so far to be an extraordinarily successful strategic call based on the best information that he could have at the time. And that's exactly what we want from our commander-in-chief.
You're right, Alex. This at least this first 24 hours, with the overwhelming force and the coordination using modern technologies now for the first time, these unmanned drones will be studied at military colleges for years and decades to come. We'll see where it goes. Obviously, the president hopes this leads to the freedom of the Iranian people. So do you see this as an attainable goal? Can whatever's left in Iran, can we in Israel help influence the moderating them?
You know, I think the president is first and foremost a realist. He also has a much bigger heart for people around the world than I think he's usually given credit for. But at the same time, the president has always been, and I think always will be, America first. His goal has always been the interests of the United States first and foremost. In doing this strike, we did something that served the core interests of the United States, taking out Iran's nuclear program, the missile program, and limiting their ability to use proxies to attack us and our allies. But in the process of doing that, Griff, the president has given the Iranian people the best opportunity they have for freedom in 45 years. Now it's up to them to decide what they want to do with it. There's a certain amount we can do to be helpful, but ultimately, I think the president, more than any American leader of the last 25 years, has learned the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan, and he understands what we can't do. We can't do nation building. We can't be overextended. We've given them an opportunity, and now it's up to the Iranian people to run with it.
Their hour of freedom is upon them, and that's such a great point about the lessons learned. Alex Gray, former NSC chief under President Trump in the first administration. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Griff.
All right. More Fox News Live just ahead.
The crisis inside Ukraine catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside.
She's freezing cold.
There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
You okay? They've been lined up here for hours.
Everything came on
These are
okay.
precious people who are hungry.
Same.
They have nothing.
The very end, it was a little bit hot just because I killed off the last of the little hot wings before.
Disaster is coming. So many people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are
Sit
growing
down
that
and
without
wait
an
and wait.
full-scale
But
response,
post, so I nibbled on
thousands will die
something.
this winter.
Right. A little bit of
The
chicken.
International Fellowship of Christians
Got all the
and Jews
people got
needs
away.
a $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food
Well,
for
nothing
elderly
much going
Jews
on
and
for
families in Ukraine. Today is a special opportunity to double your
Well,
gift
except for
impact
noon,
thanks
you
to
gotta
generous
find out
fellowship
my-
partners. Call now and
Oh,
your
yeah.
gift's impact will
Mike.
be doubled.
We could,
Shaking with missiles.
and then
These are
if
people
we
who have
there
already
and
endured so
transfer
much
over,
suffering and disaster. Taking out power,
Monday
taking
when
out
I go
water,
down
simple water to drink. We're talking
to East
about the
Network to
difference
hit the
between
bank,
life or death.
we'll pay you back.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Christian
minus it off what I owe you.
shoulder to shoulder, saying, "We're here to heal. We're here to help."
Good, I
Your
gotta
gift
pull
of
the
only
paper out.
$25 helps rush a winter
It's up there a
survival food
ways,
box
you know.
filled with life-saving emergency food for
Tell you
elderly
what,
Jews
know
and
we haven't
families in
worked on,
Ukraine.
worked
Thanks to
real,
a special
real
matching
long.
challenge if you call now,
So-
your gift's
60,
impact
100.
will be doubled.
So I figure $2,000 should be a nice little knockdown in there.
Oh, that looks like a good gift for this,
After the joint operation kills their supreme leader, our Sunday morning lineup has critical analysis on what's next on Fox News Channel.
I can't get along.
But Mike, he sounded a little bit frantic.
I've called her 5 times.
I think he was more worried about losing the kid.
Yeah.
Cause the damn judge said, no, you gotta pay child support cause they're still in school.
Yeah.
So he's got what, school gets out in June? 3-4 more months, so that's another $8,000 he's gonna pay in child support.
Look, does he mean till this is up, or does he mean until they graduate high school?
No, until they graduate school. If they go, if they only go directly into college, he has to keep them.
For a free
What grade's,
call 800-690-5534.
Xander, he'll have like 3 more years to go.
5534. That's
And, 8th grade or
800-690-5534.
something?
Oh,
Hi, folks, Joe Amos
9,
here.
10,
I was
11,
wearing
or 9th
expensive
grade.
hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about
11.
MD Hearing. I got fitted right over the phone,
He's in
and
the
I've
9th
never
grade.
had a better pair of
Gotcha.
hearing aids.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free
They knocked
portable
it down
charging
to
case and
1,000
free
once
shipping.
instead of 2.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-798-0326.
We're back with more on the U.S. and Israel strikes on Iran, which we're learning were strategically planned for months. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Israeli and U.S. military intelligence had long watched and waited for a rare opportunity. Senior political and military leaders in Iran holding a meeting where they could all be killed at once. The attacks being orchestrated in broad daylight as a tactical decision
yeah, they
to
could survive
surprise
that.
the Iranian regime. President Trump also
No.
using a twin-track approach of diplomacy and military buildup to throw off
taking out
Iranian
all
leadership from any
military
potential attack. Retired Navy SEAL Mike Sorelli joins me now. Good morning, Mike. Thank you. Yesterday we were talking about would the door get kicked down with those Raptors F-22s taking off, trying to suppress and destroy the enemy air defense. It certainly appears that was the case, and a whole lot more. But this broad daylight strike is really something I can't say I've ever seen. What do you make of it?
Well, good morning, Griff. I think this speaks to just the versatility and agility of our U.S. military as well as the Israelis. We knew the strike was imminent, but to bump the timeline up substantially just shows that ability to adapt for a target of opportunity. And when you have senior leaders gathering like that with the potential to decapitate our adversary, you've got to take it. They did probably using precision guided layered munitions that absolutely hit with its intended effect.
It's spectacular intelligence that they acted on. And I ask you, Mike, could intelligence like this have been gathered without having
we can always
human intelligence on the
stop
ground?
by hospital and ask them.
No,
I'm pretty sure it's Monday
most
still,
likely
but
these are
Well,
UN
I
sources
mean, what I'll
with
do
the Mossad. By nature of Israel being
back
close and
off.
that Iran is one of
Yeah,
their
go back.
primary adversaries, we've got to believe
Put
that
back
they
and
have a
then
deep
we can always
network
call
of
and verify it.
of sources in Iran, whether
Because
that's
I know
Iranian
it
civilians
can't be
or
was
even
it
people within the
24
regime
hours
themselves
before
that
surgery.
just want to see this
Yeah,
Islamic
and
Republic
then
thrown away. It doesn't
no
mean they're
water.
pro-Israel, these sources.
8
It just
hours.
means that they're
Well, I think-
anti-Islamic Republic, willing to work with Israel for the overthrow and
24
ultimately the
days.
uprising of the people to take over the government.
Sunday to
Like,
Monday,
what happens? Obviously, strikes underway.
maybe
You
it's
saw
Monday to
Israel
Tuesday,
just
I don't know.
hammering
I
Tehran
think
overnight.
24 hours is
What-
meaning
what
we
can
don't
we
eat
expect?
nothing
Where do you see
on Monday.
this going in the next 3 to 5 days, let's say?
So that's a great question.
We'll see.
So you're going to see
We could always just have something light
precision
today, you know,
strikes.
like
We have
salad
to
or
do this.
something.
And predominantly
Yeah,
targeting their C2 nodes, their
Chicken.
radar arrays.
Well,
and
you know,
missile
it's
arrays.
part of a salad.
They'll
We just
continue
forgot to leave.
to grade and eliminate their
Well,
missile and anti-aircraft defense.
Yeah, I wanna
networks.
lay down, but I can't
Additionally,
because
if you
I'm
go
gonna
into
have
Trump's
to.
speech, he said he was
No.
going to annihilate the Navy. Why? Because
How
of the
about a
straight
pillow over the belly
strategic
and a pillow over your head and lay
maritime lane for oil,
forward?
oil and LNG
You know,
exports
I'm gonna
that we have to
just go
control
like
that.
this.
Iran has always had a
Gotcha.
heavy amount of Minecraft layers, so we've got to knock those out early and quickly. But continue to nail the regime, go after the regime leadership, continue to go after the IRGC. And this is something that many people haven't
Yeah,
mentioned, but
people online
you
are
can
like,
guarantee
all right,
that the
3 for 3,
regimes
3
sort of
dictators in 3
Saddam
months.
Iran that has suppressed
Who is
the Iranian
target
people
here?
are on
He
the target
took
list. That's
out
probably a priority.
uh,
That's probably the last
Venezuela or
obstacle
whatever.
Israel have to overcome in
Yep.
order to
Then he provided the
It's such an important point, Mike. It's not
intelligence
just
they
the
needed for
IRGC,
the
but
Russian police to
besieged
kill the
very deep. They've got
30,
40,000 strong in this militia. That must be dealt with
mafia
as well.
boss.
Retired Navy
Oh,
SEAL Mike
that's
Sorelli, as
Mexico.
always.
And then
great
this
insight.
month
Thank you for taking
he
time.
bombed this guy.
All
So in 3 months, 3 dictators.
Fox News Live on this Sunday. Thank you for joining us. I'm Mark Jenkins. Fox and Friends Weekend. Coming up
We
next.
counting blowing up
Yeah.
Grand Prix from Mexico, if you look
But
at
diabetes
one
certainly
little
take
town
that
is 73,
That's called
the
G7.
next
She gonna learn how
town in the
different
city
foods
we went
affect
to
her
was
sugar
to
levels in real time. She doesn't have to
230
choose
or
between the foods that
Yeah.
she loves
50
and
some
her health.
people.
And then Trump's like, well, we take care of it. And they're like, no, we got it. Yep.
Don't use if allergic to MyBo. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in.
Don't
Eyewitness
say
and vision may
Mexico,
occur.
be Mexico.
Ask about
Yeah.
MyBo.
Don't
Do you have a life
should
insurance
say,
policy
they should
you
just
no
say,
longer
you know,
need?
let's
Now
calm
you
down,
can sell
let's
your
keep his
policy,
eyes off
even
of
a
us.
term policy,
But
for
if
immediate
he
tax
doesn't,
payment.
we've been relatively efficient in just cutting the heads off, huh?
We needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies.
But
Or
they
call
had to only fight back a little bit
1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct,
and with
redefining
some
insurance.
What ancient
pushing them,
has sparked a
they
modern
invaded
wellness
through
revolution
the
with over 100 million cups sold?
fertility.
Yeah. I think they said they were gonna try and catch him, but
I was 60
something
years
went wrong and
old,
killed him.
but I feel like I'm 40 and I really feel better than I ever have.
I finished my first 21 days.
Which there's no loss, and then everybody,
I truly feel amazing.
I've been feeling like an Iran now.
The one that started
But
it all.
Iranian started troops gonna quit, but you got other people on the street calling the United States fascist, socialist, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they're the socialists.
And they all have to live in America.
It isn't just soup.
Oh, in America, there's a couple hundred FBI keeping their eye on.
Yeah.
High-quality bones, simmering them for hours with garden fresh vegetables and a little sea salt and a lot of love. It has 15 grams of protein and collagen. Oh, that's going to help you improve your skin,
I
your
like
joints,
see him get in there and
bones while producing
catch
loading.
children,
Just add
investigate
water and
home
feel the
law.
difference from day one.
I lost 2 trust
We
sizes,
can
my
see what it
joints
was
feel
about
better, I
over
feel younger,
6
lighter,
million
more
from, I
energized.
think it's
I was miserable and weighed
kickbacks from the Somali,
290 pounds.
Probably.
After drinking Dr. Killian's bone broth now for
telling him who
about 2
and how to
years,
get the
I
money.
lost 161 pounds. I'm me again.
I'm so happy to see you. It's the things that hug you and just ache you and
Well,
feel
they
you
could
like
really see if the
GLP-1 injections
cops
cost
out of the
thousands
movie
and
that
don't nourish your body.
Nancy
Dr.
Pelosi
Kellyanne's bone
is
broth does.
arrested.
Now you can join the millions transforming their lives. Feel lighter,
$350
stronger,
some
healthier,
million.
and younger. Visit KellyAnnBroth.com and change your life forever. For a limited time, try
And
your
when she
first
was
week
in there
free. Visit
in Congress, she was gonna
KellyAnnBroth.com.
bring you around the
Joy,
lab.
discomfort, and
Can't
inflammation
see,
pain
nobody
relief
can
is
take
real.
it.
Here's what real
They
customers
don't
have to say
stop
about
same
Relief
kind of
Me Pain Relief
information.
Gel. I rub this
And
on
what
my
does
knees
she
right
do?
before bed
She
and it
gets
soothes
you
so
right
that
there,
I can
gets the
sleep. It has
information,
worked wonders.
runs home
I
to her
love it.
husband,
Available at your local
and
retailer.
he
Shopify's
invests.
point-of-sale system
So,
helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all, whatever the stage. Businesses that grow with Shopify.
Look, great blue heron. Now when I go, I'd like to leave some money to the local bird conservancy.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Start your will at trustedwill.com now and make it count.
So what's the last thing of Young Part 1?
Sounds ridiculous. Tuesdays, best medicine is all there. I don't care about festivals or games. I'm here to work, and you can watch it anytime.
I love it here. I love knowing my neighbors.
It's the warmest, most delightful, and most charming show of the new year.
Come on, you're starting to like it here.
Release weeklies. Best medicine is all there. Tuesdays on Fox, but watch anytime.
Speed. Alex Blow is obsessed with speed. And when your average Sunday goes 250 miles per hour, it can be hard downshifting to the speed of Shelley. So you'll forgive Alex if the next time he decides to get milk, he doesn't get it here. He gets it here. You want to catch Alex Blow? Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves.
History unfolding in the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel carrying out an unprecedented military operation, crippling Tehran's leadership by taking out Iran's supreme leader, along with dozens of other top officials.
The devastating blow to Iran's Islamic regime, a result of one of the largest military operations in the history of modern warfare, with 900 U.S. strikes in just 12 hours, using 2 aircraft carriers, 3 destroyers, and B-2 stealth bombers, and striking at least 500 Iranian targets.
We've already seen dozens of U.S. military bases targeted with retaliatory strikes as Iran vows revenge.
President Trump urging Iran not to return fire or face, quote, force that has never been seen before.
The sentiment for Iranian Americans across the globe, elation, celebrations erupting after the strikes came down, and what could be the best hope for relief from the Islamic regime's reign in decades.
We begin this morning with Jennifer Griffin to walk us through this history-making mission. And good morning, Jennifer. It's really quite remarkable when you look at the total package.
Griffin, very remarkable, but also a complicated picture emerging this morning. The Iranian leadership that did survive, and there are a few leaders that did survive, the president as well as Ali Larijani, who's very powerful in Iran, have threatened the U.S. and threatened to attack 27 U.S. bases across the Middle East, and we've been seeing a lot of those missiles flying into neighboring countries. A mob also tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons to push back an angry crowd threatening the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan, of course, have large Shia Muslim populations. And British Defense Secretary John Healey said 2 missiles had been fired towards Cyprus, where the British Army has service members stationed. In Tehran, following the announcement of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, there were spontaneous outbursts of celebration on the one hand, but also some crowds chanting today in downtown Tehran, "Death to America." Not clear if these were spontaneous or organized protests, but you can assume that the remnants of the regime and the IRGC will want to present a united front suggesting that the regime will survive. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He just gave an interview in which he described the killing of Ali Khamenei as extremely painful, threatening revenge. Quote, "The United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts." Meantime, Iran managed to fire more than 300 missiles at the UAE, where the U.S. has a military base at Al Dhafra, about the same number as it fired toward Israel. Actually, about 100 ballistic missiles were fired toward Israel yesterday, according to the IDF. So this was actually more missiles fired at UAE. Iran has expanded its response, even firing missiles at Oman, which tried to negotiate that last-minute nuclear deal and avoid war. Qatar received about 65 Iranian missiles since yesterday, and Bahrain approximately 35. And explosions have been heard in eastern Riyadh, Saudi Arabia today. Israel, meantime, has increased its airstrikes and says it will now target Iran's nuclear facilities. And just moments ago, hit the headquarters of the IRGC and barracks in Tehran. That is where the massacre of last month's Iranian protesters was organized and carried out. Smoke has been seen rising from near Iran's state broadcasting facility in Tehran. And in terms of the U.S. operation yesterday, the U.S. military, we learned, carried out 900 strikes in 12 hours. 10 to 15 senior leaders of the Iranian government and military were killed in that Israeli strike on Ali Khamenei's compound. Multiple sources tell me that the start of the operation, the joint operation, had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, a meeting at Khamenei's compound. Quote, "There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline. That is why the U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to target this meeting. Normally, the U.S. military would not launch an operation like this during the day. The meeting accelerated the timeline, I'm told. This was a massive, wildly bold daytime attack," a senior U.S. defense official told me. It caught the senior leadership off guard and on a Saturday morning during Ramadan and on Shabbat in the daytime. We hit the senior leaders right out of the gate, I was told. But some survived, including, as I mentioned, Ali Larijani, the man to watch, and Iran's president, who issued a statement just moments ago. Griff.
Yeah, Jennifer, you mentioned we're watching what Larijani will do now. And, you know, I think we've focused so much on the IRGC, but would Larijani possibly try and go after or try to activate the Basij? People haven't talked much about the Basij, and it's important to understand that is a strong militia that can be sympathetic to the IRGC within Iran.
Absolutely. The Basij are like the internal police, this state police that are really very vicious and were responsible for a lot of the killing of those 32,000 protesters who were killed in December and January in Iran. The Basij are still a factor. Remember, we've talked about this in the past, but in the early days of the Iraq War, a lot of those security forces just took off their uniforms and floated away and then reorganized and came back and began carrying out terror attacks. Now, the difference this time is the U.S. will not be occupying Iran. They don't have ground forces that are going in, so there won't be any targets inside Iran. But those Basij and the paranoia that's been created over decades of theocracy and state control and authoritarianism in Iran is going to make it may be one of the reasons you're not seeing people come out quite in the large numbers that you might expect after such strikes on their behalf. But I think people are scared, and they have a right to be scared that they were slaughtered in the last 2 months. So what you're also likely to see, Griff, is the IRGC launch through proxies, through sleeper cells around the world, targets of opportunity. They tend to fight asymmetrically with terror attacks, and that is what I would expect to see: assassinations, terror attacks. But it won't happen immediately. It'll be when we let down our guard. And I think the strategy right now, from what I am observing, is that Iran is firing missiles at all of the states surrounding in the region, all of the states that host U.S. military bases, trying to create so much chaos that there's maybe pressure at the UN or elsewhere calling for a stop to the war. And if they think they can just survive these initial strikes and then regroup, that is their strategy at this point. But I'm not sure it's going to work, because it's really mobilized all those strikes on UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia has just mobilized those nations to prepare to engage Iran at this time.
Jennifer, there's been a lot of people commenting at the level of intel that the U.S. and especially Israel had prior to this attack, that it's really been impressive. So they've taken out this leadership. You talk about the leaders that are left behind. Based on the intel that they have, do they think that this B team, or I don't know, maybe this is the C team that's left behind, do they have the ability, the authority, the capacity to do what the A team could do? I'm just curious if that was taken into account. Like, why weren't they also taken out? And then also the security, this special security forces that you and Griff were talking about.
Well, I think, first of all, Ali Larijani would be part of the A team. So some of these did survive. And that is what's dangerous in these kind of strikes. We've seen with Hezbollah and elsewhere that there are usually follow-on strikes. And usually the person who moves up in the rankings, they then have the bullseye on their back. Obviously, the U.S. and Israel have excellent intelligence. This could not have been carried out without human intelligence on the ground. They were mapping these sites that they targeted for months, if not years. But in terms of the human intelligence that would have led to knowing that a meeting was taking place of 10 to 15 top leaders, I mean, you can't underestimate the impact, and also the impact of killing Ali Khamenei, who is the spiritual leader. That was, literally, as Ali Larijani said, a knife in the heart of those who followed him. So this was a very significant strike. It is not over, and there are still remaining leaders, and certainly they're going to be very careful about how they move around. But as soon as the U.S. and Israel can suppress the air defense systems, and they're in the process of doing that, they're going to have a lot easier time than flying their air forces over Iranian territory, and then it becomes a lot harder for those leaders to hide. But that is still a few days off, I'm told. And in terms of the Basij, in terms of the IRGC, I mean, you're talking thousands of people who are in, if not 150,000, people who are in those security forces and who are believers, true believers, and who are willing to die, and suicide bombers and whatever have you. That is very hard to target. You can target their headquarters, you can target their leadership, but this is complicated. And remember, there are a lot of allies in Iraq. Iraq has a lot of Shia militias. We just heard that some of them have fired some missiles at some of the neighboring states as well, and they also are firing at a U.S. base in Erbil right now. This is very complicated. There are Shia Muslims around the world there are many who will celebrate the end, if this in fact is the end of the theocracy in Iran. Many of those people who went into exile, the dissidents who left after the Shah's regime fell, but there are also many who supported that regime and believe that this was a strike on Shia Islam.
Jennifer Griffin, great reporting last 24 hours especially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yeats, live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey. What is going on there now?
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Throughout the morning, we've heard air raid sirens sounding across Israel's second largest city. The Iranians still trying to respond. In the distance, you can still hear some of those car alarms going off after those incoming missiles were intercepted overhead. We are getting some new video from the Israelis who launched a fresh round of strikes into the heart of Tehran this morning, going after a very specific building. Exclusively, an Israeli intelligence official tells Fox News that the building you see blown up here in the Iranian capital was used by the IRGC as a command center during the demonstrations earlier this year as a place to order the crackdown against protesters. This official says that the specific location was used to command the massacring of protesters. Again, though, the Iranians have been responding over the past 24 hours. Overnight, we arrived at a scene of a direct missile impact here in Tel Aviv. A building was completely destroyed, and for blocks there was damage just due to the blast radius from this explosion. One woman was killed in that building. Another woman nearby died running to a shelter. And when you step back here and you look at the amount of air defense that's being used to shoot down these missiles, it's not easy for the Israelis, but so far they have been quite successful. We do know Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council leader in Iran, is threatening to renew strikes on Israel and regional countries, saying that Iran fired missiles at the United States and Israel yesterday, and today we will hit them with a force they have never experienced before. Well, President Trump is hearing those threats directly and warning the Iranian regime to stand down. The president posting to Truth Social overnight, saying Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever been hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. The region waiting to see what comes next. The exchange of fire continues here on the ground, and the majority of the Israeli population, 10 million people, spending most of the day in bomb shelters. Gotcha.
Trey, obviously nobody has covered this more closely than on the ground than you have. Is there anything, what if anything, have you been surprised by in terms of the response, not necessarily by Iran, but by Iran's allies and proxies?
Well, the Iranians are directly targeting not just Israeli civilian population centers, but also Gulf countries. There is significant damage in Qatar, in the UAE, in Bahrain, Kuwait. And it shows that the Iranians, as Jennifer put it yesterday, really miscalculated their response, because now they are drawing in regional countries that maybe before were hesitant to allow the United States to use their airspace or even possibly directly participate in the strikes against Iran. And so there's a lot of questions on the table about whether or not these countries will get more directly involved. The Emiratis today were warning that they will not tolerate these missile barrages against their countries, and civilians are being injured in these Gulf countries, allies of the United States. And so that is certainly surprising, but when we look at these threats from the Iranian regime, it's almost as if they are not taking President Trump seriously. And we know that the Americans and the Israelis were working together to meticulously plan this operation that started with a series of airstrikes against Iran, decapitating the Iranian leadership. They took out Iran's supreme leader and 40-plus senior officials in the Iranian regime and the IRGC, and yet still you have leaders like Ali Larijani from Iran's Supreme Council that are saying they're going to hit Israel and the United States even harder. And so this tough talk doesn't last long. We saw similar statements from Iran's supreme leader. He's now dead. And so the president gave Iran a diplomatic off-ramp before this war began. He offered them an olive branch. He said, we're willing to make concessions. I was on a background briefing with a high-ranking U.S. official yesterday who said we offered the Iranians so much, and yet they still were not willing to come to the table in good faith and make a reasonable nuclear deal. And that's not even to mention their ballistic missile program or their support of regional proxies. And so what's left of the Iranian regime leadership, they're still threatening the United States and Israel.
But Trey, isn't that the danger that at this point it's existential for Iran that they almost have nothing to lose or don't feel like they can go to the negotiation table and last as leaders there? I want you to answer that question. My other question is, given the fact that President Trump said this is only going to last a couple weeks, and that's what the hope was. Does the fact that these other Persian Gulf countries that they've been attacked have had damage and also casualties, does that increase the pressure on the American administration, on the Trump administration, to take care of this quickly before it gets out of hand?
Great questions, and I'll answer here in two parts. The first question having to do with sort of the broader regional considerations. And look, the Iranians have the ability to launch ballistic missiles. They have short-range ballistic missiles that they are now using to target these Gulf countries. They have drones. They have anti-ship missiles. We understand a tanker was hit in the Persian Gulf overnight. But despite these efforts, they have actually responded in a relatively weak way when you compare their response to the 12-day war. They simply aren't able to launch these ballistic missiles in massive barrages that they could do before. And that is largely in part because the United States and Israel have worked together using their intelligence agencies to monitor the coast of Iran. They've had drones flying back and forth, watching to see if these ballistic missile launchers were going to pop out from underground positions, and then they're hammering them with airstrikes. And so the Iranians are getting off what they can, but they can't sustain this for weeks. This is a matter of days before, first of all, there's air superiority over the entire country of Iran for the United States and Israel. But secondly, Iran's ability to launch large-scale ballistic missile attacks, which is largely seen as their biggest lever to pull. The other question has to do with these Gulf countries and the ability of them to respond. It would not be surprising if they get more directly involved, but what we should note here is the trust that was developed in the region over the past year. We've heard from Gulf leaders speaking about the American administration in a way that they've not talked before about U.S. presidents. President Trump's been able to do something in the region using two of his most important members of the administration, his special envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner. And they've been able to use back channels to develop a new sense of trust among these Gulf partners. And that led to not only support for the ceasefire in Gaza, Board of Peace participation, but also close coordination as it relates to this war. And so we have to imagine these conversations are continuing each and every day. And I've been talking with regional officials, diplomats in the Gulf, even as recently as yesterday, and they appear confident in President Trump's decision-making and what will come next in this conflict.
All right, I'll tell you this, Trey. If we see Emirati fighter jets striking targets in Tehran, that will be a game changer to your point about the allied Gulf region participation. Trey Yingst, live on the ground in Tel Aviv. Trey, great reporting as always. Stay safe. Hey, retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Rob Spalding joining us now. And good morning, General. Take us inside the military operation. And, when you look at what CENTCOM's putting out, particularly I want to play for you some of that video that include the F-35s and F-18s, the guided missile destroyers launching Tomahawks from the aircraft carrier. Take a look at this. I want to get your take on it. General, as we're watching this, tell us what we're seeing here. Obviously, it appears to be Tomahawks, maybe, and fighter jets taking off the deck of the aircraft carrier.
Yeah, it looks like F-35s, F-18, probably Growlers, which are jammers, and then, of course, Tomahawk missiles. All of this would have been timed not to alert the Iranians to the attack because they wanted to catch them all in the same location. So a lot of these attacks all launched, it looks like simultaneously, just to make sure that the targets were struck in a way not to alert them.
And what strikes me, General, is it is broad daylight.
Well, and that's correct. And I think a lot of times some of the most, surprising military attacks happen when you least expect them. And so it's not surprising that this did happen in the daylight, because oftentimes when a lot of the strikes have been occurring have been at night.
So the men and women on that ship there that are doing this, they're the best trained in the world. They've gone through drills for their entire career. Do they know what they're doing right there is real and live and going to real targets?
Absolutely. I mean, the morale is probably over the moon on those ships, because they train hard for these missions, and then of course when they're asked to go do them, it's game time and serious business, and yeah, they know very well what's going on.
General, in these types of situation in war, there's a lot of truth, there's a lot of lies, there's a lot of propaganda. Here's something that's just reached us. The Iranian regime is claiming that 50 U.S. service members have been killed, but our U.S. military says there have been no reported U.S. casualties. Also, the IRGC claims that a U.S. Navy ship was struck by missiles. Again, military saying no U.S. Navy ship has been struck. The Armada is fully operational. There's another thing that the Iranians are saying. They're saying that there was severe damage at multiple U.S. bases, and our military saying that the damage was minimal and has not at all impacted operations. What do you make of all that?
Well, I think if you look at all the depth and breadth of strikes that have gone on, something like over 900. What they were trying to do was to reduce the Iranian military's ability to respond to the strike on the leadership. And so I think what you're seeing is a rapid destruction of their forces. And so you're going to see, rather than an increase in attacks, you're likely going to see a decrease in attacks as they take these forces out.
All right. Retired Air Force General Brigadier General Spaulding, thank you for taking time, sir. Great insight.
Thank you.
All right. Now, our next guest was in Israel during the last U.S. strikes against Iran back in June. Muslim scholar Dr. Kanta Ahmed joining us now. Good morning, Kanta. Walk us through your thoughts on what we've witnessed in the last 24 hours.
This is the single most consequential event in the Middle East in the last 47 years. It really is extraordinary, and we have to commend the valor of our troops and the incredible courage of the commander-in-chief. What we're seeing now is the incredible paranoia, recklessness, and panic of the remnants of the Iranian regime. That's why you see them striking the entire region. It sees all the Gulf allies, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, the entire region as surrogates for U.S. and Israeli interests, and has turned them into new enemies. I think we're going to see more desperation. Imagine their fear and suspicion when these leaders gathered, knowing a U.S. strike was likely, in a room. They're too afraid to use cell phones. They're too afraid to use digital apps, and that cohorted them together so that you had this extraordinary result, including the elimination of the supreme leader. The United States has to continue to press, push, and maintain this pressure. There's no reprieve right now. We will not see another supreme leader in the Iranian regime, and the West and the United States should say that. And we don't want to trade these archaic, repressive, tyrannical Islamist turbans for a bunch of radical Islamist generals. That's not what we're looking for. So we're going to see this incredibly intense effort from the IRGC, which is about 200,000 strong, and the besieged, the bullies, the security forces, which are probably between 1 and 5 million strong, though the regime claims they're 5 times bigger. But this is the end game for the Iranian regime as we've known it.
Let's show our
want to show you some footage here. These are Iranians celebrating what's happening right now. Let me see if we can pull up that footage here for you. Okay, we're trying to get that up. Here we go.
Yes.
So these are people here in the United States, around the world. These are obviously those who have fled Iran, are excited to see something finally happening to this regime. What is happening in your view inside of the country? This is a giant country. I think a lot of people don't realize how huge it is. What percentage, in your opinion, of the Iranian people living inside of Iran feel the way these Iranians who have left the country feel versus those who are still loyal to the regime?
So yes, there is a relative minority. Iran is home to approximately 90 million people. It is the largest geographical country in the Middle East. Only Egypt has maybe 100 million population. So there will be a minority that are going to publicly mourn the supreme leader and have already begun some of those rituals. But the majority have suffered so greatly. You and I, Rachel, covered the Women Life Freedom protest when I was in Saudi Arabia, watching that staggering, appalling brutality that would only increase. Here we are 4 years later. So many of the Iranian people we have seen them even celebrating publicly. This is their moment, but there are many difficult days ahead in the coming weeks and months, and the United States has to stand firm with the people. We are with the Iranian people. We are not with their repressive tyrants.
Yeah, well, he said, it's your moment. You better stand up, be brave, and take your country back. There's only so much that the Americans can do. They're doing a lot as it is. All right, Kanta, appreciate your perspective on this. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Can we speak to a retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral who has experience using the very weapons deployed in these strikes? Next.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next-day delivery of hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more, and we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
Thanks for coming in to talk about Dell Jr.
Of course. Third grade is when I learned Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, full snuck. Only pay for what you need.
At Ameriprise Financial, we know our clients are so much more than clients. They're go-getters and game changers, legacy leaders and visionaries, healers and confidants. The goals that matter most to you matter most to us. Helping you achieve them is what we do best. With personal financial advice from an advisor you can trust and goal-based investing in solutions, it's no wonder we have a 4.9 out of 5 client satisfaction rating. Ameriprise Financial, advice worth talking about.
So Dale, you really need to get that colon cancer screening.
Yeah, it's been forever. I need to be in there. Get on. How much longer?
Dale, don't worry. We can do it with just a blood test. Shield.
Okay, let's do it.
Shield is for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk for colon cancer. Ask your doctor about FDA-approved Shield from the company trusted in blood tests for cancer for over a decade.
Ready to make your dream kitchen a reality? Then Cabinets to Go is the place to go. Get the craftsmanship, styles, and features you want at a price you can't find anywhere else.
Right now, get it all at 0% for 48 months. Only at Cabinets to Go. Designed to wow.
Well, a little birdie told me rates are taking the dip, which means that dream home won't be there forever. Don't let someone else beat you to it. Start your search today. Make it real with Realtor.com.
Operation Epic Fury. Inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah. And what's next for the region? Harris is breaking it down on a special Vulcan Focus.
Anybody who is struggling with alcohol should try Core Health. Within a week, the cravings were completely gone. Core Health is safe, science-backed, and it works. I couldn't believe how easy it was. Alcohol doesn't run my life anymore. Text TB to 710 to learn. Getting a diagnosis of cancer, it's tough.
I had to get back to work because it was what I wanted to do.
Getting out of bed, given a fighting chance, is all we got.
We can make work a better place for you.
The secret is out. Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and under-eye bags in minutes.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone. I tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
Try it today for only $14.95. Plus, get free shipping.
For years, Debbie always hid her smile. But now, with her new teeth for affordable dentures and implants, she beams with the power of 1,000 suns. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Big room booked again? Easy Cater always has options. Learn more at easycater.com.
And we have a Fox News alert. We're seeing rocket fire in Tel Aviv straight to Trey Yates.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of incoming fire right now. What you see left there is what look like clouds, but they're actually contrails from interceptor rounds. They came up from 4 or 5 different locations around Tel Aviv. We saw these 8 interceptors soaring through the sky to intercept that incoming ballistic missile fire. This was an attempt by the Iranians to overwhelm Israel's air defense systems. This is certainly one of the largest barrages we've seen today. And in the distance, on the outskirts of the city, we could hear those pops as the missiles were being intercepted. We were rolling on some of this, and so a bit later in the show, we're going to be able to bring you these images as these missiles were coming into Tel Aviv. But again, this just gives you a sense of how dynamic this situation is, and despite the warnings from President Trump for the Iranians not to escalate their attacks on U.S. forces or the Gulf or the Israelis, they are continuing to attack all of those targets. And so we will have to wait and see how the Israelis and the Americans respond to this continued effort by Iran to strike into population centers both here and in the Gulf.
You know, Trey, I love having you on because not only because you're an excellent reporter, but because you have so much history and perspective of having been in Israel. You know, they're famous there in the people of Israel for sort of being a little nonchalant because they're used to these, you know, a lot of, war and rockets flying and going into bomb shelters. Do you feel anything different about this moment than, say, the rockets flying in Gaza or any of the other conflicts in that area that you've been in?
Yeah, and just while we're talking here, you can hear the aerial started again here in Tel Aviv. People are in bomb shelters at this very moment, and I'm just going to keep looking off as I speak to you here so we can get an understanding of where the incoming fire is located. Look, right now the Israelis understand that this is going to cost something. War is never easy. It's not going to be easy for the United States or for Israel, but they're doing what they can to neutralize the threat from the Iranian regime. We know that President Trump was very clear. He is calling on people to just do what they do now. Right now, Trey, on different batteries engaging this missile.
So Trey, on these missiles that are coming in, are these guided missiles or are these just landing wherever they land?
You can hear those explosions in the distance. These are guided. Yes, they have a very advanced missile program in Iran, and again, another explosion there in the distance. The Iranians have been able to create for them what is leverage, and that is an expanding ballistic missile program that threatens U.S. forces in the region and threatens Israel. And you hear these explosions right now echoing throughout Tel Aviv. The Iranians use these missiles to target population centers, and I think last night is a great example. They are not just targeting Israeli military positions, and oftentimes they will say that it's not true. They are targeting Israeli civilians, and they are targeting civilians in the Gulf, the Emiratis, those in Bahrain, the Qataris. More explosions in the distance, and so they are able to strike with precision, and they are still deciding to strike deep into heavily populated cities, and as you hear right now, those strikes continue at this moment.
It's unbelievable, Trey. I just, in this moment, we're with you live, and you've been looking over your shoulder constantly. We're hearing explosions, another one there over your shoulder. It really brings to the world just what Israelis are living under in this moment. As you mentioned, these missiles, another explosion there over your shoulder. I count at least half a dozen there or more just in the minute or so we've been talking to you. What is it like for Israeli civilians right now living through this?
It's a great question. We've been talking to them. Last night when we arrived at that site, very close to where we're at right now, we got there and first responders were on the scene looking for survivors, and yet more Iranian ballistic missiles came in. And so in that situation, when we're in the field and we don't know the area, we immediately are getting underground along with the civilian population and the first responders. And you saw people carrying their children and their pets. They're terrified. They're fearful of these missiles. They see the damage that can be done by Iran's missiles. They were taking down buildings last summer when they were striking Israel with these projectiles. But they're also hopeful, and that is something it's really important to underline here. This operation that was ordered by President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has given the Israeli people hope, because they see for the first time in decades the possibility that there is actually more stability in the region, and that can seem like opposite of the reality when you are in the midst of war. But the Trump administration sees the Iranian regime as the last major hurdle to peace in the Middle East. They were able to end the war inside Gaza. President Trump sent his special envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner to Egypt to get a deal that everyone said wasn't possible. And then out of that deal, there was momentum. And so the Trump administration put together the Board of Peace. You hear more explosions there. As we're talking here, Israel is under attack. But the president saw Iran's supreme leader primarily as the largest obstacle, but also the regime and the security apparatus that he built as a major obstacle, in part, not just because of their efforts to get a nuclear weapon. And we saw Operation Midnight Hammer last summer that destroyed Iranian nuclear facilities.
So, Trey,
but also their expanding ballistic missile program.
So, Trey, we have seen footage where you have been in a similar situation to this and you have gone underground. What goes into you? How do you know that you don't need to get, it appears you're at a somewhat elevated position right now. You're clearly exposed. What goes into your personal decision to stay where you're staying right now and not head underground when you have all those missiles coming in over your shoulder?
Look, it's a decision we have to make each and every day, oftentimes multiple times a day. But we have a security team member just off camera who's advising us about when to move and when not to move. We're very careful with what we do, wearing protective gear and ensuring that we can get quickly to areas if air defense starts to be overwhelmed. The reality is the team and I have a lot of experience here. I've been based in the Middle East for almost 8 years. But this story isn't about us. We are here to tell the story of the Israeli people who are now under fire, to tell the story of Iranian civilians who bravely went to the streets of their country and were met with a brutal crackdown from security forces. And so that's what we're focused on, and we do everything we can to stay safe. But we're not the story here. The story is what's unfolding before us, and it really is history. History is being made here. And to get back to your question about Israeli civilians, they understand that history is being made. It will not be easy. War is not pretty, and it's something that most want to avoid. President Trump said in his remarks he wanted to avoid this. The Israelis also thought there could have been a diplomatic track here, but when the Iranians went to the negotiating table and they weren't willing to make what were seen by many analysts and the IAEA as reasonable concessions to their nuclear program, then ultimately a decision was made to launch this operation that led to Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, being taken out, along with more than 40 senior officials in the Iranian capital of Tehran.
Well, I do believe that President Trump was trying to do this diplomatically, and was very sincere in that. And it's very obvious that so many of the Persian Gulf countries were trying their best as well to not get to this point, but here we are. We hope that you stay safe. We're going to be checking back in with you, Trey, throughout the morning. Stay safe, and we'll be back to you. Right now, let's bring in Fox News contributor Mark Thiessen. Mark, welcome to the program. Just give us your general thoughts.
Good to be with you.
Yeah, give us your general thoughts of what you're seeing through the images that Trey is bringing us. But just in general, clearly this is a historic moment.
Yeah, so what Trey is showing you is the reason why Donald Trump waited a month to carry out this operation. He was ready to pull the trigger about a month ago, but then we didn't have enough missile defense in the region. We didn't have enough capability to protect the Israeli people and our allies in the Persian Gulf, and we didn't really have the offensive capability in the region to make this decisive. So if he had done this a month ago, it would have been much more like Operation Midnight Hammer. It would have been a couple days, symbolic strike. Well, Operation Hammer wasn't symbolic, but it would have been a strike against the regime to punish them and bring them back to the negotiating table. What we now have is what is going to be probably a multi-week campaign that is going to be absolutely decisive. What you're seeing over the skies of Tel Aviv are the last gasps of a dying regime. Because every day that goes by, they're going to have less missile capability because we're going to be every time they fire a missile, we take out the facility from which they fired it. We're going systematically to destroy their capability of carrying this out. So, I think American officials have said that they're underwhelmed by the response. Every day, the biggest response would have been in the first 24 to 48 hours. After that, they're losing their capability by the hour.
So, Mark, geopolitically speaking, when you look at the response to some of this and Iran's response, and then the response or lack thereof by Iranian allies and proxies, what has surprised you the most since the initial strikes?
Well, first of all, I just love Donald Trump. He's taking his place among the greatest American presidents right now. If you look at our history, there are a handful of presidents who have decisively changed the map of the world in the course of world history, and that's what he is doing right now. This is one of the boldest, most decisive things any American president has done in my lifetime, and I'm incredibly proud of him. And I will add that some of the critics have been muted, but they're saying, well, didn't Donald Trump campaign on ending forever wars? That's exactly what he's doing right now. The Iranian regime has been in war with us since 1979. They came to power in 79 and took Americans hostage. Then they carried out the Marine barracks bombing, killed 241 Marines. Then the Khobar Towers. Jack Keane says that there were well over 2,000 Americans killed by Iranian IEDs in Iraq. They planned in 2011 a plot to carry out a terrorist attack in Washington, D.C. to blow up Cafe Milano, where the Saudi ambassador was supposed to be dining. They had last year a plot to assassinate Donald Trump. This is a regime that was planning terrorist attacks on our soil. And Donald Trump has decided to decisively end this threat. And when he succeeds, and I'm confident he's going to succeed, we can finally pivot away from the Middle East. Why are we spending billions of dollars keeping U.S. forces in this region? It's because of this regime. If the threat is gone, we can pivot to Asia, we can pivot to our hemisphere. He is ending a 47-year forever war.
Yeah, you're right, Mark, and really we'll see how this ends, but certainly President Trump could be the most consequential American president of all of our lifetimes. Mark Thiessen, thank you for your insight.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, David Spond is traveling with President Trump in West Palm Beach. Let's check in on what he has to say in the latest there. Hi, David.
Well, hey, Griffin, hey to everyone on the couch. We're waiting to hear what President Trump has to say today. He moved all of the big operations and heavy hitters from the White House down here to meet to talk about what happened yesterday and where we go from here. Meanwhile, while Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and others have been briefing the president here at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, FBI Director Kash Patel putting the counterintelligence teams with the Bureau on high alert across the country. Patel, along with AG Pam Bondi and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, updating senior leadership at the White House on matters keeping our homeland safe. Now, what Patel did means that, according to a law enforcement source, the Bureau has increased surveillance of priority suspects. FBI Director Patel posting online, we ask everyone to please report anything that may seem suspicious to law enforcement. You can call 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit a tip at tips.fbi.gov. Thank you to all the military service members, federal partners, and law enforcement who continue to put mission first. Now, from outside the White House yesterday, where there was a significant amount of people protesting against the American involvement in Tehran, more people held signs protesting in Times Square. Back here in Palm Beach, President Trump will meet with members of his team today, then head back to the White House later this evening.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David Sponsor. And we will, of course, be following all of these developments domestically throughout the show. The impact of these airstrikes on oil energy markets as well. We'll be talking about that next.
Another morning walk. With our mom's osteoporosis, I thought our days would be different. No way!
We still get to see each other all the time.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can rapidly build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity, the only bone builder that also helps slow bone loss. And Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk.
I love the cool stuff we're doing.
Yeah, we're still out and about exploring.
Yay for building new bone.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness, or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems, as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
See you tomorrow.
How do you spell relief? Heartburn. R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
For indigestion, R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
For fast relief.
R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Rolaids spells relief.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next day delivery of hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more. And we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with Safe Light, you can get that fixed any way you want. Any way you want.
Any way you want. That's the way you need it. Any way you want.
I can schedule a chick fix while I get my hair clipped. Yeah, they can fix my glass while we fish for bass. If they want, they can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants.
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
There are many ways to deliver a shipment. At Old Dominion Freight Lines, we deliver them this way. This way uses technology and goes the extra mile to do things the right way. Delivering promises on time, every time right.
When it fits you, when it thrills you, when it connects and protects. This is 140 years of Mercedes-Benz innovation. It's more than a feeling. It's a bond. Experience everything a Mercedes-Benz SUV has to offer today.
Kubota Orange Days is here, where you can turn dream projects into reality. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
The U.S. Industry Tax and Brand after the Doom's operation kills their supreme leader. Our Sunday morning lineup has critical analysis on what's next on Fox News Channel.
Hey, buddy. Morning.
I'm a stickler for good dental care.
Me too. Ooh, looking sharp today. But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get, no, please don't say it, a big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. Now, this isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, like cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, root canals, even dentures. That's a lot. It's easy to find out more. Just call or go online now to get your free information kit with all the details. This dental insurance helps you pay for routine care and expensive major procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. You can even keep your dentist. Why pay more for dental care? Get your free info kit and start saving today. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Things at work don't always work. But with EasyCater, the food always does. Take room booked again? EasyCater always has options. Too many meetings, too little time? EasyCater makes sure lunch is always on your calendar. Oh, not again. EasyCater is tech that won't let you down. Every day works better with EasyCater. Learn more at easycater.com. Strikes on Iran and the ongoing retaliatory attacks across the Gulf are stoking fears of a significant disruption to global energy markets. Fox Business contributor and oil trader and the eminent expert on this on our channel is Phil Flynn, and he is here right now. So Phil, let's just get right to it with the Strait of Hormuz. What do you want to tell us about that?
Well, the Iranian National Guard, Revolutionary Guard says it's closed, but believe it or not, there's still oil moving through that. I mean, we get 20% of the global supply that goes through there, and if Iran wants to export oil, they have to use that strait too. A lot of that oil goes to China. They say it's closed. Now, many crude carriers are not going to go through there for safety reasons, but I doubt that Iran has the ability to shut it down for any long period of time.
So you mentioned China. Let's talk about China, because I don't think a lot of people are thinking about the larger geopolitical implications here. Some are saying that, China, of course, gets subsidized oil from Venezuela, and the other place they get subsidized oil from is Iran. How important is this move in terms of how it impacts China? And do you believe that that was part of the calculation that the Trump administration had in this war?
I definitely do. I think President Trump gets that energy policy is strength. If you're controlling energy, you can control the world, you can control the global economy. And China is one of our biggest adversaries. I mean, they've been keeping our adversaries in business, right? Importing oil from Russia. They're importing oil from Iran, and they were from Venezuela as well. And almost a quarter of their daily imports were coming from countries that were opposed to us. And they were keeping the divisions in these countries going.
Yeah. So the answer is yes. President Trump is indeed taking this into account, and this is part of the calculation to cut China off of subsidized oil from Iran. We're going to have you back, Phil Flynn. We're running short on time, but it's always interesting to talk to you. Thanks so much. More Fox and Friends coming up.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
The House Freedom Caucus led in passing the Save America Act in the House to require voter ID and citizenship to vote in federal elections. Now it goes to the Senate. You're going to hear the excuse that it needs 60 votes to pass there, but that's not true. Senate rules allow bringing the Save America Act to the floor at any time. If 51 Republicans show up, Democrats would have to filibuster, standing and talking, hour after hour, to block it. As long as Republicans show a backbone and stay united, Democrats will eventually run out of time to talk. Tell your senator to make the Democrats actually debate instead of just giving in to them. The House Freedom Caucus says the Senate should support President Trump and the House in passing this law essential to saving America. The Freedom Caucus Foundation is responsible for this ad.
Yeah, 2 p.m. still works great. We'll put our best guy in the job.
You said you were the best guy.
Also the sales guy.
You should check out Capitus. You can get a fast business loan and hire some help.
Customer service, please hold. Loans are complicated.
Not with Capitus. It's easy to apply and there are no hidden fees.
I got that.
Stop waiting. Start growing. Get the funding you need at Capitus.com. You should probably call HR.
You're looking at HR. She's got energy to do things that she wasn't doing before.
Librela is used to control pain in dogs with osteoarthritis. Adverse events may include ataxia, anorexia, and lethargy. Do not use in breeding, pregnant, or lactating dogs. Take extreme care to avoid self-injection.
Bluetooth is a telemedicine service connecting men with licensed medical providers prescribing ED meds. Get your first month free at Bluetooth.com.
Mike wears a ball cap to hide his thinning hair, not because he's good at baseball, but since choosing Nutrafol Men, he's on track for a comeback. Just not one that involves baseball. Hats off to you, Mike. Make a move. I dare.
With grain, you can protect your home from anywhere.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David. Journey back to the beginning of a divine legacy and bear witness to one of the greatest stories ever told.
King Saul, you have nothing to fear from me. Please tell me how to help you.
Under the eyes of a mad king, he was hunted. Under the weight of destiny, he stood tall. And under the hand of God, he became a legend.
What do they call you? David the Giant Slayer. The defender of Israel.
Giant slayer and God's chosen, who united the kingdom and changed the course of history.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Jack Greenwood, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Sign up for just $2.99 a month. Start streaming today.
History unfolding in the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel executed an unprecedented military operation that devastated Iranian leadership. Iran's supreme leader killed along with dozens of other top officials.
The crushing blow to Iran is a result of one of the largest military operations in the history of modern warfare. 900 U.S. strikes in just 12 hours using 2 aircraft carriers, 3 destroyers, and B-2 stealth bombers, and striking at least 500 Iranian targets.
But Iran is vowing revenge, targeting dozens of U.S. military bases in the region and opening fire on Israel. Trey Yingst was on the receiving end of those retaliatory strikes in a heart-stopping moment caught on the air yesterday. Watch this.
Massive explosions right now, rocking Israel's second largest city. That attack came very quickly with little warning. But that was probably the heaviest explosion that has hit Tel Aviv since this began. You can hear the car alarms I'm right here, just off to my left shoulder. There's another interceptor round going up. Yeah, we got more coming off. Just put me here so I can talk here. And you're going to see behind us, we got to move. There's a lot of incoming fire right now toward Tel Aviv. And so just stay with us. We got to go. Our security. So we're going to stay live with you, but we got to move toward hard cover here. The city's getting hit very hard. Come with me.
And that's similar to the harrowing rocket fire we just saw minutes ago. Let's go right to Trey in Tel Aviv. Trey, you know, it's interesting to see what played out yesterday, what we just witnessed with you last hour. But if you can sort of compare that to the last time we saw Israel being attacked in the summer and the sort of way that Iran has retaliated, it seems that while these harrowing moments are happening on a fairly regular basis, last time they sort of threw more of everything they had.
Yeah, Griff, absolutely. Last summer during the 12-day war, the Iranians were able to launch dozens of ballistic missiles at a single time, sometimes over 100. And now we know their launching capabilities have been degraded by the United States and by Israel. And that's in part because of the coordination that was going on behind the scenes that started with President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and then worked its way down through counterparts. And so it has reduced the ability of Iran to target major population centers with huge barrages. Still, though, when they can get this many missiles up at once, it makes it challenging for air defense systems to intercept the incoming fire. We do have some new video that I want to show you from Tehran this morning, where the Israelis launched a new series of strikes targeting a command center that an Israeli intelligence source tells Fox News exclusively was used by the IRGC to command the crackdown on protesters earlier this year that, according to President Trump, led to the deaths of 32,000 Iranian civilians. We also know that during the strikes, they were looking to send a message in response to the crackdown on protesters, and we know that the IRGC actually used this building to launch some of those commands. As the Iranians respond to these American and Israeli strikes, some of those missiles are slipping through, as you saw last night, and we have some video here from the scene. One of those missiles slammed into a building in the central part of Tel Aviv. One person was killed there. Another woman died running to a shelter. And today, that missile fire has continued. Throughout the morning, there were air raid sirens sounding and new threats from the Iranian regime that they will increase their fire. Ali Larijani, the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in Iran, put out a post on X saying yesterday Iran fired missiles at the United States and Israel, and they didn't hurt. Today, we will hit them with a force they've never experienced before. Well, President Trump is hearing these threats directly, and he put out a post on Truth Social saying Iran just stated they're going to hit us very hard today, harder than they have ever been hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. What's interesting here when you step back is that the Iranian supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was taken out. 40 members of Iran's top leadership and senior officials were killed. And yet still you have the remaining individuals who are alive threatening the United States with near air superiority over the skies of Iran. And so despite the fact that this war continues, the Iranians say they're going to keep fighting and they're going to keep launching missiles, not only toward Israel, but also toward Gulf countries. There's a significant amount of damage in countries like Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait. We do expect this fire to continue throughout the day. Guys?
There's a concern that this, that this could expand, that this could get, President Trump said only, a couple weeks. Do you think we can contain this to a couple of weeks? And how much pressure is there on the administration and those involved in this conflict to make sure this doesn't go any longer?
The short answer is I don't know. We don't know what the days ahead or weeks ahead will bring, but we do know that President Trump over the past year has been able to develop new relationships and build bridges of trust in the region that weren't previously there. He sent his special envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner to reach a ceasefire deal in Gaza that people said was not possible. Once that deal was reached, there was a bit of a shift in the region, and you saw these countries, some of them who have not yet normalized ties with Israel, join his board of peace, understanding that they are looking toward a new future in the Middle East. And these countries and their leadership agree with President Trump that Iran's supreme leader and the regime in Tehran is largely considered the biggest obstacle in the Middle East to achieve that peace and stability. And so they actually believe in this and what's happening, but they say they will not tolerate attacks on their country. And it does raise questions about if we could see more direct involvement from these Gulf countries. But again, to get to the core issue here, there is trust between the Trump administration and Gulf leadership, and it allows them to act behind the scenes with flexibility and precision on these things. They are coordinating at a level that we can't even fully grasp in terms of intelligence and the use of airspace in order to launch these strikes against the Islamic Republic. Guys?
Thank you, Trey. Let's go now to Jennifer Griffin on the impeccable precision we saw in these joint strikes in just the first 12 hours. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Griff. Well, keep an eye right now on the Strait of Hormuz, which the IRGC says it has closed. It may not have closed it, but it also has the capability of mining the strait, and that is something that the U.S. military is looking at very closely. The U.S. military has vowed to destroy Iran's navy. That's something that wasn't done last summer. Now, also keep an eye on the Shia militias in Iraq. Missiles have been fired at a U.S. military base in Erbil. A mob tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons and live fire to push back an angry crowd of several hundred people threatening to storm the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan have large Shia Muslim populations. British Defense Secretary John Healey said 2 missiles had been fired towards Cyprus, where the British Army has service members and aircraft stationed. In Tehran, following the announcement of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, there were spontaneous outbursts of celebration on the one hand, but also some crowds chanting in downtown Tehran, "Death to America." Not clear if these were spontaneous or organized protests, but you can assume that the remnants of the regime and IRGC will want to present a united front, suggesting that the regime will survive. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He just gave an interview in which he threatened revenge for the killing of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, members of his family, the defense minister, and head of Iran's armed forces. Quote, "The United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts." Meantime, Iran managed to fire more than 137 missiles at the UAE, where the U.S. has a military base at Al Dhafra. They fired 100 ballistic missiles at Israel yesterday for comparison, so about the same number fired at UAE as at Israel. Iran has expanded its response, even firing missiles at Oman, which tried at the last minute to mediate a nuclear deal and avoid this war. Qatar received 65 Iranian missiles since yesterday, and Bahrain approximately 36. And explosions have been heard in eastern Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. In terms of the U.S. operation yesterday, the U.S. military carried out 900 strikes in just 12 hours. The Israelis carried out 1,200 strikes, more than during the entire 12-day war last summer. In fact, that was just in 24 hours. In fact, the Israeli Air Force just took out, we've learned, 2 Iranian fighter jets preparing to take off from Tabriz in western Iran. Multiple sources tell me that the start of the operation had to be moved up to yesterday based on intelligence likely gathered by the CIA and human intelligence on the ground. And they took the opportunity to strike this target of opportunity, I'm told, the meeting at Khamenei's compound. There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline, a U.S. official told me. That's why the U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to hit that meeting. Normally, the U.S. military would not launch an operation like this during the day. The meeting accelerated the timeline. It caught the senior leadership off guard. It was a Saturday morning during Ramadan and on Shabbat in the daytime. We hit the senior leaders right out of the gate, I was told. Israel's defense minister has announced its Air Force is moving to stand-in mode, meaning its warplanes will maintain a 24/7 presence in the skies above Tehran, and has vowed more decapitation strikes targeting the next group of Iranian leaders.
So, Jennifer, obviously we saw that annihilation of the Khomeiни's compound, but we also have threats from President Trump that more will follow if there is a significant retaliation. And obviously the Iranian government has a pretty famous succession plan. what would those retaliatory strikes from Trump look like? Are there targets left that they can go after?
Oh, there are many targets left. And remember, this is just the first 24 hours of this operation. We expect it to go on for weeks. So once they suppress the air defense systems, which is what Israel and the United States are focusing on right now, once they fully suppress that, they will own the skies over not only Tehran, but the rest of Iran. And so at that point, it really, frankly, is like shooting fish in a barrel. And so that is why the air defenses, which they rebuilt after last summer, they were degraded quite significantly last summer, but those are Russian and Chinese made air defense systems. And as you've seen in Venezuela and elsewhere, it has not been hard for the U.S. military to take out those missile defense systems. Then there's the issue of all of Iran's ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, as well as their drones. We understand that they have about 2,000 ballistic missiles. They've fired off probably about a few hundred in the last 24 hours. They will start degrading. And as Trey has pointed out, what's significant is that they haven't been able to do what they did last time in terms of targeting Israel with a wave of, say, 100 missiles and drones or some combination to try and overwhelm the Arrow and the David Sling missile defense architecture that Israel has over protecting it. And so Israel, for the most part, has been able to shoot down most of the ballistic missiles that have come in. A few have gotten through, and they've caused pretty serious damage, and people have lost their lives in Israel. But for the most part, the kind of massive 100 ballistic missiles or cruise missiles at the same time, that we're not seeing that. Right. So they certainly are degraded, and the focus in the coming days will be to really take out all of their threat capability.
Jennifer, thank you. We'll be checking in with you all morning. Let's bring in Fox News senior correspondent Benjamin Hall, who joins us here on the couch. Great to see you this morning.
Thank you.
First of all, big picture, what do you make of everything you've seen over the last 24 hours?
Well, I think the first thing we have to say is that it's very early days, and I think that the plan in place is to decapitate the regime, but it's what comes next that matters. And I think we have to see how the Iranians respond in the long term. As Jennifer was just saying, it's interesting that they haven't fired hundreds and hundreds of missiles at the same time towards Israel. They're perhaps taking a slightly slower paced move towards this.
Is it slower paced, or is it that they don't have capability?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, we do know they've been rebuilding their missiles ever since they were hit in the 12-day war, and they have thousands of them. The question is, how many launches do they have? We talk often about how many missiles they have, but it's actually how many launches do they have. If they haven't got the launches to set them off, then it doesn't matter how many missiles they've got. And so we're not entirely sure about how many launches they have. But it does appear they're taking a slower game at this. What I'm really interested in, though, is how they perhaps didn't see this coming, how the Ayatollah decided to have a meeting with 40 of his top leaders yesterday morning. He saw Nasrallah hit. He saw how in the 12-day war, all those leaders were taken out in one strike. And yet he still thought that he would gather with all his high top people and have this meeting. And so it does raise a question: how prepared are they, and how have they got their plans moving forward?
Hitting those launchers is really some of the cutting-edge technology and success we saw in this first 24 hours. So it's saying in the military you're well familiar with, which is better to take out the arrow before the archer puts it in the sky, and that success is remarkable. But as you mentioned, it is early. Walk us through, if indeed that this effort is able to bring down the regime, are we looking at a complete redrawing of the lines in the Middle East?
A complete with redraw. But you look back the last 47 years, and you and I have covered the Middle East a lot. We've been there, and every country you go to, it has been fraught with terror because of Shia militias, because of terror groups that Iran sponsors. And if you were to remove that in a region that right now is looking for peace and prosperity, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, they want, and as President Trump said, commerce, not chaos. If you can get rid of this state sponsor of terrorism, you can lead to a whole new world. But the Iranians and the Israelis have been allies for a long time before the Ayatollah. King Cyrus the Great, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, brought the two countries together. And the Iranians I'm speaking to are saying we can be close allies with Iran. I've driven through Iran. I know many Iranians. I've been to many of their cities. They want to be a trading country. They want to be part of this incredible region that is prospering at the moment outside of Iran. And if the regime were to fall, that would have a huge impact. It would allow them to do so. And a follow-up is it's not just the Middle East, it's the whole world. I mean, the relationship that Iran has with China and Russia and North Korea, once you take down Venezuela, as has happened, or Maduro anyway. Once you get Iran out of that, this frankly new axis of evil is going to start weakening, and that changes not the Middle East, it changes the whole world.
So we just had Phil Flynn on a little bit ago, who's an oil analyst, and he absolutely said there's no doubt in his mind that China was part of this calculation, that they were getting subsidized oil from Venezuela. Now they may not be able to get it from Iran. This has a huge impact on their ability there. What strikes me is that what I've seen from, and you're talking about redrawing the maps, certainly if this goes well for President Trump, this is a legacy making, of the highest order. What I see that they're doing is like, they're showing, we're going to do this differently than, say, Bush, right? Like, even with Venezuela, we took out Maduro, we built the case, took out Maduro, we're stabilizing it before we have this election, we're not going to have chaos. In this case, how do we make sure that this doesn't devolve into chaos? Because you can take out the regime, and President Trump said, we're going to do this in a couple weeks, and then he said directly to the Iranian people, it's your turn. You guys have to make this happen. We're not going to be here nation building. Is what the message I got from that.
Yeah.
What do you make of all that?
Yeah, absolutely. And Netanyahu said that this morning as well. He released a quote saying the same: "It is up to the people of Iran. We will decapitate the regime. We will give you the power to now rise up." There is no real opposition leader inside Iran at the moment. That is something that for the last couple of decades, the Iranian regime have cracked down. They've picked off any leaders. So at the moment, we don't know who might rise up. But we have a few people on the outside. We talk about Reza Pahlavi sometimes. We talk about the NCRI, but I think maybe it has to come from inside Iran, and that's what they're waiting for.
So we should be very careful here, and obviously the term redrawing the lines is a loosely used term, and we're describing that the power structures are going to change. That doesn't necessarily mean the lines of maps are necessarily going to change. That sounds very complicated and, quite frankly, totally hopeless, considering our record in the Middle East. When we say redraw the lines, what does that mean exactly?
Well, I think it means that we need to understand that this is a country that wants to stand on its own 2 feet.
It's not that it's going to be broken up and sent to different places and we're going to have a bunch of different countries instead of that. It will be, the map will stay largely the same, if things work out.
I mean, exactly the same. I don't think there's any discussion of changing the actual border.
Where are the other, Iran is Shia. Where are the other major Shia strongholds in the Middle East? Where else might there be? I mean, we're always, as Americans, so nervous about getting in the middle of these kinds of conflicts. Talk to me about that.
Well, Iraq it's roughly 50-50 or so, Sunni Shia. So fair on there. In Lebanon, you have a decent Shia population as well. About a third of Lebanon is a Shia. Around the world, there are about 250 million Shias, up to perhaps 300 million, and that is something to watch. The killing of the Ayatollah, for many of them, will be like killing one of their major Shia leaders, and that's what we're seeing Pakistan, the embassy being attacked, Iraq as well. So that's where we have to watch for some threats outside of Iran. But look, the Middle East in the past, there have been alliances between Sunni and Shia. And yes, if you speak to Saudi Arabia over the last few decades, they will say it is Shia Iran that has caused us problems. But you go before that, in fact, they were able to work together. So I don't think it's Sunni Shia. I think it's who's leading the Shia majority inside Iran. So it's interesting. The one last thing is that I think that the regime is going to go down fight. So many of these Shia leaders know that, and if President Trump says, there's immunity for anyone who lays down their weapons, there's immunity for everyone, they will feel they've spent decades hurting their own people, arresting their own people, and it is either fight to stay alive or you will be killed by your people. And that's why you feel they are going to do everything they can to keep fighting despite the immunity of the
Existential by every mention of the
which is scary, actually.
Yeah.
It is. And
Very scary.
There's a civil war, so we have to watch out for that. And that's why the Iranian people need to be right up now.
We fought for our freedom. You guys got to stand up and fight for yours.
Benji, great to have you here. By the way, congrats. You have an amazing children's book coming out. We'll talk about that at a later date. We have breaking news.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, with that, let's talk about the drones. We've heard a lot about that. Come with me just for a second. So these are the Lucas one-way attack drones, autonomous kamikaze drones. Lucas stands for low-cost unmanned combat attack system, and it was tested first in December just a few months ago tested in the battlefield or off of a carrier, now on the battlefield, achieving incredible success. But we also use more traditional things, Tomahawk cruise missiles out of the gate off of aircraft carriers. And we have HIMARS at undisclosed locations in allied Gulf states where they can launch ATACMS missiles. Very, very important in targeting the ability for Iran to launch missiles. We use ATACMS to hit them, and of course the Tomahawks. But these are the offensive missiles that we use. The defensive missiles, we have, of course, the Patriot system, which can deal with the incoming missiles, taking them out, and the THAAD missiles, which are even more intense ballistic missiles. And don't forget, we have the Aegis missile system sitting on our ships in both the Mediterranean and the Arabian Sea. Our next guest served as director for the Missile Defense Agency, retired Vice Admiral James Searing, joining us now. Admiral, this is such an incredible amount of military force that was used, but the drones, that's the first time we've ever used it. We essentially re-engineered Iranian Shahed drones and made them even cheaper, more lethal, gave them a jet engine that can fly thousands of miles, and they clearly were a part of this. What do you make of it?
I think it's a testimony to our industrial base, Griff, in terms of how quickly that system was developed, tested, and now fielded operationally. You think about the speed and the operational necessity for that is really, it's a testament to not just the industrial base that responded to that, but the Pentagon in terms of the acceleration, the approvals that were necessary to deploy a system, in time of war. The operational requirements were there, and the response was, we need it now, and it's an example of how fast we can move as a country once we put our mind to it.
Admiral, do you see these drones now being a part of the whole package, a game changer on the battlefield?
I do. I see it as a complete game changer in terms of us being able to match, lower end, cheaper technology with the higher end precision weapons that have been employed, obviously, very successfully. But it is part of this massive force that was brought to bear all at once, a whole of government operation, a mix of low and high end systems that I think has brought unprecedented devastation and destruction to Iran.
And we don't have the full battle damage assessment, but clearly from what we've learned publicly so far, it appears that the entirety of all of this may yet be the most successful decapitation operation in modern military history. Rear Admiral James Searing, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Meantime, Iran's supreme leader has been killed. So who could take power in Tehran now? Secretary of State Mike Pompeo after the break.
When my hair started thinning, I didn't want to hear the wisecracks.
I was ignoring my hair because I was a full-time working mother, but luckily I found Nutrafol.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
I finally feel like myself again.
For over 25 years, NeilMed Sinus Rinse has been the leader in safe, simple, and effective nasal care.
Blocked sinuses mean blocked breathing. Doctors recommend the NeilMed Sinus Rinse for instant relief, flushing mucus with a gentle but deep sinus rinse. Use NeilMed daily for fresh starts or during tough allergies to keep your sinuses clean and clear. Breathe freely with NeilMed. Trusted, proven, and always safe. Get that clean nose feeling. Available at major retailers nationwide.
Speak now or forever hold it. Only took 4-hour cough liquid? Unlike Robitussin DM liquid, Delsul 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of cough relief all day or night. Delsul, cough crisis averted.
At Allegiance, we do it differently. Flags 100% made in America, by Americans, with American materials.
We're proud to create jobs right here in South Carolina. It might not be the easiest way, but it's the right way.
We make American flags the way they should be made, where they should be made.
Join our pledge to keep the American flag truly American.
Visit showallegiance.com to get your high-quality American flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
COPD is an ugly reality. I watch as this world just keeps getting smaller. But then Trelegy helped us see things a little differently. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so he can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
Bobopedic means comfort. Ah, that's comfier. Hit it, guys. Bobopedic, connect to your feet. Feels like no mattress you felt before.
Bob's Bobopedic.
Retinal vision only on Ring. AI tuning for sharper goodbyes, clearer hellos, and safer tomorrows. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
Operation Epic Fury, inside the strikes that killed the Ayatollah. And what's next for the region? Harris is breaking it down on a special Falcon Focus.
I wanted to have control over drinking instead of alcohol having control over me. I started with Core Health about a year ago. It put the brakes on that I had been looking for. I can think less and say no, and it's the best feeling in the world.
Text TV to 710 to learn.
Barrett hasn't taken a bite like that in years. Before getting his new teeth from affordable dentures and implants, he could only watch with envy as his friends munched those circular triangles. But now, that crispy bite he's been dreaming about, it's back. Crunch away, Barrett. You deserve it. Affordable dentures and implants. That's what we do.
Transform your bathroom with a beautiful quality at Bath Planet. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub to shower conversion. Call 800-481-6908.
I'm a stickler for good dental care. Me too. Ooh, look at shark tooth. But even if we take care of our teeth, we can still get, don't say it, a big dental bill. That's why dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company is important. It helps pay for over 400 procedures, all with no deductibles and no annual maximums. Call or visit physiciansmutualdental.com for your free info kit with all the details. Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
More than 40 senior Iranian security regime figures have been killed by the U.S. and Israeli strikes, including Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Joining us now is the former Secretary of State under President Trump, Mike Pompeo. Great to see you this morning, Mike. So, best estimate, who is in charge right now of Iran?
Yeah, Charlie. Look, my sense is there's probably confusion amongst the people themselves. The former senior leaders are all gone. Multiple layers of leadership have vanished. They don't know who they can trust. They don't know who they can rely upon. But they knew this day might well come, and the Iranian leadership had prepared for this. And they are deeply embedded. After 47 years, they had a structure that said, if the following folks are gone, here's how we will operate. You can see they're still launching counterstrikes, still capable of organizing. This is not remotely over. We don't know the name of the person who's in charge, but I'm confident that between the United States and Israel, we still have a sense of who's calling the shots. We're probably going to sing it if it gets us to them. My sense is the next 36 hours, we'll find some of them as well.
So what is your greatest fear right now about what might happen?
The biggest risk is that we don't finish the mission entirely, that the world begins to turn. You've seen the Europeans issue pretty weak statements. You've seen the United Nations. We need to make sure that we completely defang the Iranian regime. So the fall of the Ayatollah is fantastic. It's great news. It's a good step, but so much more work to do. As long as they can launch ballistic missiles, as long as they can strike into the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia or against our Fifth Fleet, or they can impact crude oil and petroleum moving through the strait, this is still a risk. We have to finish. We have to completely defang them. We have to win. And that's important not only for this conflict, but the whole world world is watching to see if we're prepared to actually finish the task.
So I'm assuming it's safe to say that this is the most desperate the regime has been in the history of the regime. The fact that we have not seen something nuclear in terms of a missile or an explosion or a dirty bomb or something like that, does that mean that we beat them to the punch?
Joey, I think that's true, but we should never be too confident of that. I mentioned one other thing. Your point's exactly right. So far, their response has not been at a huge scale, although there have been deaths that are always tragic. We have not also seen their proxies begin to engage in places that we thought perhaps that was a risk, right? Whether it was Hezbollah or the Houthis taking action. So far, we've seen very little evidence of that. We need to make sure we continue to be vigilant. They may not have given up either. This could be the last desperation for not only the Iranian regime, but for those proxies. We need to make sure we take action while they're weak and on their back foot too.
So unfortunately, we got to go, but just a quick answer. Are you surprised by the quietness of the response of those proxies and supposed allies?
I'm surprised by the fact that Hezbollah has not taken action. Their leaders are almost all gone too, but I thought they would at least give it a shot. But I am not surprised by the fact that the patriots for Iran, the Chinese and the Russians, sit quietly while their air defense systems are proven to be completely useless against Israeli and U.S. power.
Mike Pompeo, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you, Charlie. Have a good morning.
You too. U.S. officials revealing details of the historic Operation Epic Fury. Will break it down with General Jack Keane next.
Blue Chew is my new go-to. This stuff right here has changed my life. This is something that you definitely want to add it to your inventory. But just be ready. One thing you're not going to do is regret getting it.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all. Only one. Particle Face Cream. Particle Face Cream, engineered for men, made for our skin, and backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today. Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream would do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning and 1 minute at night.
Super easy, super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those eye bags,
Dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ArticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ArticleMen.com.
I may look relaxed, but being a U.S. Olympic skier is stressful. Especially when your mom was an Olympic skier too. No pressure. So how do I stay focused when I'm competing and allow my muscles to recover? I make sure I sleep on a Sattva. The restorative sleep keeps me alert, my immune system strong, and allows my muscles to recover faster. I've won a silver medal. This time, I'm going for gold. Mom. Sattva. Unlock the superpower of restorative sleep.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back, but now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi.
Most people achieved clearer skin from head to toe. Many were 100% plaque-free. And many were completely clear, even at 5 years.
People also saw significant improvement in pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use Valergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
With our heart disease and diabetes, our high LDL-C means a heart attack's a real risk. We should ask about Repatha.
You're right.
Repatha plus a statin lowers LDL-C. Do not take Repatha if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection site. Ask about Repatha.
Your sinuses work overtime every day. That's why we designed a smarter way to keep them clean.
The NeoMed HydroPulse Neo is a variable speed pulsating sinus irrigation system that provides safe, simple, and effective relief from nasal and sinus congestion. More than just a rinse. It's doctor recommended and clinically proven for over 50 years.
Experience the HydroPulse Neo today.
Get that clean nose feeling with NeoMed HydroPulse Neo. Available online only.
Did you hear about Shield, that test for colon cancer? No, what? It's just a blood test. No. Exactly.
So I don't have to spend time doing all that other stuff?
Nope. Nope.
Shield is for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk for colon cancer. Ask your doctor about FDA-approved Shield, from the company trusted in blood tests for cancer for over a decade.
He become a trustworthy pro on Angie who put so much care into our kitchen. He treated it like it was his baby.
So when we needed a godmother for our baby, I couldn't trust anyone else.
I do kitchens. Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
Got eyelid itching and crusties that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis and we're Demodex mites, who we love making ourselves comfortable here.
with 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. It's not you, it's Demodex mites.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
U.S. forces turning Iran's own drone playbook against them, deploying Iranian-inspired kamikaze drones for the first time in combat. It was all part of a rare daytime strike taking down senior leaders in Tehran, including its supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired 4-star General Jack Keane, joins us now. General, thank you for joining us. We've seen the videos from CENTCOM of this, the first 24 hours. It was a bold target package in what appears to be flawless execution. Walk me through what we've witnessed and where we're headed.
Yeah, certainly. Well, let's start offensively. Over 2,000 airstrikes were conducted in the last 24 hours. That's really quite remarkable. This combination of the IDF and Central Command's capabilities. And certainly we've seen some of the effects of that. A lot, obviously, we can't see, but the leadership targets themselves has been nothing short of remarkable. And Ali Larijani, who is the secretary to the Supreme National Security Council, think of our National Security Council, that's the position he holds. You know, that's a dual position in the United States, National Security Advisor and Director of National Security Council. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, holds that position now. He was the heir apparent. He is in charge, according to the Israelis. And certainly he is going to be targeted for sure. And as are other leadership targets still that have not been touched. But the primary focus over the next 48 hours, as it was during the first 24 hours, on Iran's retaliation capability. We are hitting their ballistic missiles and certainly their drone storage sites and writ large. That will, in the next 48 hours, will likely touch 60-70% of that capability. So we will see every single day less Iranian capability for retaliation for all the obvious reasons. We want to minimize as much as possible casualties to the Israeli civilian population and military bases, and certainly the same thing in terms of our U.S. bases in the region and our allies and partners' bases in the Gulf states. So that's going to receive a tremendous focus, and this was the plan from the beginning, to go conduct massive strikes against their retaliation capability, knowing even though overall Iran is in a weakened state, the thing that they worked on so earnestly after the 12-day war that ended in June was it